phone number. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, great.
And it looks like we're live.
Amazing.
There's day two. Okay.
Do you see
Grab
it up there,
that. I
Jason?
see it up there. I am going to plug it into the website.
Right.
Do.
All right.
Okay, let's make sure that's working.
Well, we are here at day 2 of PanParacon.
Yay.
How's everyone doing today?
I am over-caffeinated and very intentionally trying to talk slowly because I have too much caffeine in my system.
Yes. I feel that too, although I think I need a little bit more, honestly.
It's hard when you have an ADHD brain because there's like the right amount of caffeine, which makes you function normally like a regular human, and then there's too much, and then your brain doesn't stop. And it needs to slow down so you can function at a normal speed.
Yep. All right.
I'm just getting the word out to everybody on the internet that it's time for them.
And it looks like we have a couple viewers already.
Oh my God, amazing.
Hello, welcome. Good morning, kind of, at some place. Well, actually, honestly.
It's morning for me. Late morning.
9 a.m. over on the West Coast. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
Super. It's super.
I mean, a lot of us stay up pretty late too. So,
yes.
It's all relative.
Way too late.
Well, I think I see Stephanie Quick is already in the chat, so I think she's on the West Coast, so she is here. Then it's officially the party started. All right.
Great.
I am say welcome everybody. We have a full day of stuff for you, and I am going to dip back out and let you all take it away.
Yep, I will probably be shutting my camera off here as well and let you both get to this. I'm so excited about this conversation that's going to happen.
Awesome.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to anyone who's here who saw it last night. And yeah, we're going to have a really fun day.
Yay. All right. So, again, my kind of focus for this whole conference was more human-centric work, right? And I've been thinking about ethics for a long time because my background is in sociology. And when you're doing research with human subjects, you need IRB approval. And it's called, that's Institutional Review Board. And so any institution that is engaging in research with human subjects, if you're doing a research study, it has to have IRB approval. And then if you are doing research with human subjects, you need to be a certified IRB professional. It's called a KIP. And again, I've been thinking about this a lot, but there were certain moments that really kind of brought it home that like there's not enough focus on ethics and compassion in investigations. I mean, most recently, you're dealing with people who are claiming to channel Gabby Petito, the spirit of Gabby Petito. There was the Pulse nightclub shooting, and then people were investigating not that long after people died and claiming to talk to ghosts there. And then also, I was recently made aware of Willow's Weep, which is a haunted house And a couple paranormal investigators purchased it and then made up a whole bunch of stories about it. And we know they made up stories about it because the people who used to live in the house are still alive, and have their real stories to share about it. And it made me think about all of this narrative building that happens in the paranormal community, and exploitation, and very specifically like exploitation for clicks. It strikes me as almost this like sociopathic void of empathy in order to promote an agenda, whether it's a personal agenda or a professional agenda. And that's why I asked Jack to be a part of this, because I'm a huge fan of The Greys Have Been Framed. I will be citing this book during this conversation a lot, because I think we need to have more of a conversation about like what it looks like to be an ethical investigator with the paranormal, especially because you are dealing with humans. If you're dealing with UFO experiencers, if you're dealing with people who have seen ghosts, if you claim to be talking to ghosts, if you think ghosts are departed human spirits, you're still technically dealing with humans. So you need to have some sort of ethical considerations in place before you're doing these investigations. So Jack, for people who don't know, could you just talk a little bit about like your experience with the UFO community, your blog, the UFO Trail, how you got started with all of this?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yeah, perfect.
All right, great, great. I've had a lifelong interest in the strange UFOs, ghosts, the paranormal. And in 2010, I started writing a blog, the UFO Trail, because I felt I had some things to contribute that are very much along the lines of what you're discussing, Vanessa. And the more I was interested enough that I really cared what was accurate and what was not. And so I began talking to some of the higher profile investigators and some of the higher profile UFO witnesses on the circuit, the speaking circuit, the books that were being published. And as you folks touched on yesterday in the 6 p.m. panel, there's a lot of omission of information that goes on. And sometimes people intentionally mislead us. Other times it might just be that they don't tell us things that might give us a more accurate assessment of what's taking place. And I began blogging about things like that, and was in contact with people that were even frustrated that specific UFO investigators had intentionally misrepresented things they had told them and circumstances. And that eventually led to my books that I've written, like you kindly pointed out there, The Greys Have Been Framed.
Right. And I think I just kind of want to jump into this because, you know, I've had a lifelong interest also in like ghosts and the paranormal. I grew up watching X-Files and Unsolved Mysteries and reading books about ghosts and have had a few strange experiences myself. But I kind of consider myself outside this community. So when I was reading your research about Emma Woods and David Jacobs, I think my jaw was on the floor the entire time because I was floored by the fact that this is happening. It's clearly public record. You can clearly find this information, and no one's talking about it. So if you wouldn't mind talking about Emma Woods and David Jacobs and all of that. I have the book here too, but if you could please talk about that case.
Yes. wow, where to begin?
Right.
And in a nutshell, David Jacobs is unfortunately a rather accurate representation of a group of researchers, of self-described investigators of alleged alien abduction, and uh, at least presented themselves to be thoroughly convinced that aliens are here. There's an alien presence. They're abducting people. They're mixing genes, all kinds of heinous sexual molestation going on at the hands of these dastardly aliens. And this group was Bud Hopkins, John Carpenter, David Jacobs. And there's some social dynamics that go across this that are pretty common to abusive people. The way they behave and the way it turns into cultism, that you shouldn't talk to other people about this. We're who you can trust. They a group of people that may have first just been inquisitive, like any one of us, may get involved with an investigator such as David Jacobs that gets into increasingly extreme and convoluted storylines that makes a person increasingly dependent on them and their entourage for support, because the rest of us don't understand. And the kind of things these storylines went into was that Emma Woods, through long distance telephone hypnosis sessions, which should be red flags flying everywhere in the first place, was being repeatedly raped by extraterrestrial human hybrids that were descending on her residence on a regular basis. And David Jacobs would implant these memories, in my estimation, through these hypnosis sessions, and it became just an incredibly convoluted and abusive chain of events that even culminated into him telling her during hypnosis that he wanted her to tell people and the beings that he was not an alien abduction researcher, but was investigating multiple personality disorder, and wanted her to tell people this because his line of reasoning was, this will keep the aliens from knowing that I'm on to them, and won't put him in danger while he's asking this young woman to tell her community she has multiple personality disorder. And that's really just the tip of the iceberg. It depends on how much you want to get into it, but part of the things that people face when trying to snap out of these kinds of situations, circling back to how I mentioned it, the dynamics are similar to other cults or abuse and victims of abuse, is the most of the time the individual will not want to talk to someone like me about it, and I really appreciate that Emma was willing to discuss this with me and have me write about it, and shared a lot of material, gave me receipts, and others that I was standing on the shoulders of people like Jeremy Vaeni and Jeff Ritzman that had delved deeply into this. Carol Rainey was another. And oftentimes they won't want to come forward with this because it's already so painful to accept the looking back at the forks in the road and choices that were made, and how they ended up trusting and dependent on these people that were at best delusional and not trustworthy, is painful. And then it's extremely painful to then come forward with the story and have people defend those actions as some kind of investigation of aliens going on. So that's a big chunk of it. There's just a lot of directions we could go into with things about particularly what was wrong with it. And as you mentioned, Vanessa, certainly one of those directions is people such as David Jacobs. He was an academic, an associate professor of history with a PhD, a doctorate in history, and employed at Temple University. It's an insult to intelligence when someone with those kind of credentials ostensibly presents themselves as not aware there are mistakes being made in this process.
Right. And maybe we can talk about that. I mean, I have so many things I want to talk with you about, but we can talk about that because you're specifically mentioning this idea of being affiliated with a university and being a professor. And I have it called up, like just to talk about, again, the Institutional Review Board. This is a part of every institution of higher learning that if you're working with human subjects, there are certain protocols that you have to follow. And the IRB was established, in 1974. And I'm kind of sure it was in direct response to things like the Stanford prison experiment, which happened in 1971, because suddenly people realized, oh, wait, if we're dealing with human subjects, we need to have an established ethical board that can protect people who are involved in these research subjects. Because the reason I initially bought your book is because my friend Shell sent me like a photo of your comments about trauma in your book. And if we're dealing with people who are traumatized, and as you mentioned, most people who have experienced UFO or associated phenomena have memories of trauma and experiences of trauma in regard to this, you have to be extra delicate with people who are traumatized, right? So I'm just going to call up this like quick description of the Institutional Review Board. The IRB is an administrative body established to protect the rights and welfare of human research subjects recruited to participate in research activities conducted under the auspices of the institution with which it is affiliated. The IRB is charged with the responsibility of reviewing, prior to its initiation, all research, whether funded or not, involving human participants. It's concerned with protecting the welfare, rights, and privacy of human subjects. And again, it's like anytime you're doing proper research, which a professor would know about, even if you're a history professor and you're not dealing with human subjects, I can't imagine you're not talking to someone else in the institution, or at least aware of. Again, I only have a bachelor's degree in sociology, and we had a research methodology course, and this was drilled into our heads that you had to be ethical when you were dealing with human subjects. All of us, even as undergrads, when we were doing our research project as part of our senior thesis, we all had to get certified with the IRB. You have to get recertified every 3 years to make sure that you know what you're doing and you are conscious and conscientious when dealing with human subjects. And so to have somebody claim ignorance about that, which, okay, if you want to claim that in terms of interviewing people, but there were certain other things that he was doing with Emma Woods, soliciting objects from her. And if you could just talk about that a little bit, because it goes from, and I want to talk to this with you too, like, because I'm obsessed with cults. And what you're talking about, like people leave a cult, and one of the things that universally they talk about is this feeling of shame and feeling that they lost months to years to decades of their lives in the service of this cult, and that regret associated with it. And so I can see why people don't come forward. And so like after we talk about like what David Jacobs was trying to get out of Emma Woods, I also want to ask, like, do you think these people actually believe what they're saying? Like the idea of like a alien human hybrid program, and infiltrating and like trying to find physical evidence of these abductions? Or is it like, is it just somebody's weird fantasy that suddenly takes over?
I think there's both, and a mixture depending on the circumstances and the person. But that's a very good point that goes to the heart of one of my interests is conspiracy theories. And frankly, can this person be as stupid as they're leading me to believe they are? It's often difficult to accept. Yes, it is. And I would go as far as saying that certainly applies to David Jacobs. And you asked what were some of the particular interactions during long distance hypnosis, no less. At one point during one of these alleged rapes, he suggested to Emma to bag her panties and mail them to him and not remember doing it. In another interaction, he told her that it might put a kink in the hybrid's plans if he mailed her a chastity belt to wear. And he told her that they have them at bondage dominance shops, one that he's aware of that he used to frequent. I was appalled not only at this behavior, but one of my pet peeves, Vanessa, is this man claimed to be an advocate of scientific research that was doing this. By definition, regressive hypnosis as a memory retrieval tool is not a scientific activity. If we want to claim we're doing science, we have responsibilities to respect certain protocols. He clearly did not respect those. And as you mentioned, it's pretty universally accepted that whatever may be causing some of these perceived memories that alleged alien abductees are having, it's universally accepted it's traumatic. So it would seem to me that professional qualified treatment for trauma would be a recommended initial course of action, regardless of any investigation that may or may not take place. And I think it's certainly a reasonable assumption that no trauma specialist would recommend long distance hypnosis sessions about S&M games for treatment of the trauma.
Right. And that, like, I just have a pet interest in trauma because, again, when I was working at DePaul, I was helping a professor who was doing an assessment of the Cook County Domestic Violence Program. And we were looking at whether or not this program was effective in reforming violent men. And like so the initial part of the project was giving men these extensive surveys. I think there was about 200 questions before and after the program. And then there were also these in-depth interviews with men before and after the program. And then as a follow-up in 6 months. And again, when you're dealing with human subjects, there are certain protocols that you have to follow and certain standards of care and standards of procedure. So again, it's not like, you mentioned science. Like, I think this is so important. Like, social sciences are still science, and there are still protocols in place for, like, you could just lift everything that we have in sociology and put it on ufology in terms of interviewing people and like directly communicating with them rather than just making it up wholesale. You know, like MUFON has a page on their website where they talk very specifically about science. There's no mention, and if I'm wrong, please somebody correct me, but I was looking and I didn't see any mention of ethics and how you interact with people. It was just about like essentially extracting scientific data about what the crafts look like. It's like, well, what about the human experience? If people are traumatized, and you talk about in your book like the experience of trauma and what it does to your memory and what it does to your emotional state and what it does to your experience of anxiety and just walking through the world. So if you're not also addressing that trauma when you're interacting with people, again, it's your agenda is about getting the data to support your hypothesis in this almost cultic behavior, rather than trying to look at what is actually happening. What are people actually experiencing? Because like you said, it's very vulnerable to have these experiences and then talk about these experiences. My grandfather was a UFO experiencer. He saw some craft in, I think, like the late 50s, early 60s, when he was on break with work. Like a whole bunch of guys at the factory were up on the roof. They all saw something. And I only ever heard part of the story once because my grandmother made fun of him when he was trying to tell us the story and telling him that he was like drunk at work and it didn't really happen. So he totally shut down. But when we were looking through all my grandparents' things after they passed, we're selling their place, my mom and I, my grandfather had this whole box hidden away of UFO books. Like he spent years trying to figure out what he had seen, what he had experienced, and he had to do it by himself. It clearly left a huge impact on his life that he didn't really talk about. Because if you experience something that you perceive as otherworldly, and we can get into that too, whether or not these things are actually, or some of these cases are otherworldly or human intervention and human experiments. You need somebody to help you talk through and process what these experiences are and what they mean to you, because you're going to be carrying this for the rest of your life, whether you want to or not. Yeah, I think that was the thing that kind of about David Jacobs and Emma Woods, like, you know, how dare you implant these memories, like talking about regression hypnosis. I, you know, again, your book really turned me on to this idea that there isn't much scientific basis for any of this. And again, going back to sociology, there's this, it's called the social desirability bias, right? And this is a problem in all social science research because people have a tendency to overreport socially desirable answers and underreport socially undesirable answers. And that is context driven, right? So if you are undergoing hypnosis where you're in a more receptive state, you are in a more vulnerable state, and somebody wants you to talk about aliens, you're probably going to be coming up with some stuff. Like, even if you had an experience, you will be saying more things that are probably influenced by what you have read, movies that you've seen, and less informed by what you've actually experienced, especially if the person who is interviewing you has an agenda and is trying to direct you in a particular direction. I saw this with Anjali and Barbara Lamb. If Barbara Lamb tried to do in sociology what she was doing with Anjali, she everything would be revoked. Like you would not be able to work with human subjects. It was so leading. It was so clearly directed. Yeah, so I'm just getting frustrated now.
I completely understand, and I really appreciate you voicing this stuff. Yeah, Emma Woods, when she started having the courage to question what was taking place and getting out her recordings and re-listening to them, she discovered just hours and hours of David Jacobs telling her during hypnosis what other people were telling him during hypnosis, allegedly. In other words, front loading the story, then asking her a question. And you mentioned Shell and their podcast, the Eternal Void, right?
Yes.
With Jazz,
with
the
Jazz.
Eternal Void with Jazz. And yeah, with Jazz. When Shell invited me to be on, I thought, well, let me check out a past episode or two. And I chose yours to listen to and didn't know of you at that point in time. And I bring it up because you said you were interested in the part of my book about trauma. And I really appreciated the things you and Shell discussed about trauma. It is such an important factor, and it's proper recognition and the symptoms and the proper treatment. So I really appreciated that. You invited me to talk to you today about these kinds of things. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about ethics, go ahead. When we talk about ethics, it definitely should be about the good of other people, and that our research is, whether it's academic or recreational, is doing something to contribute in a positive way to a database, to society, to the people we're interacting with. If they own a home, we're investigating for ghosts. Or if they think they saw a UFO at work. And a lot of the time, it's my understanding, where ethical problems come up is by mistake, because we don't view ourselves as bad people generally or unethical. The problem is we're just not thinking about being ethical. And so I kind of have this analogy of I consider myself a pretty good driver, but if I get focused on, I don't want to spend my life sitting at red lights, I just want to get to the restaurant and get my snack and get back home, I'm not going to be as good a driver as if I glance in the rearview mirror and there's a police officer behind me, and now I'm at 10 and 2 on the wheel and I'm watching the speedometer. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's where we run into the David Jacobs mad scientist scenario, that, as you were saying, there's bias, there's social bias, and one compromise at a time. We're just throwing Emma Woods under the bus because David Jacobs is so important and people so need to know this. And it is the epitome of the mad scientist is swapping brains in people's heads because they're just two people. And look what I can learn from this research.
Right. And this like transcends this field. I guess I don't know why I didn't expect it in the UFO field, but like there are so many like men who are abusers and are predators, but they're geniuses. So the women that they've victimized over the years just kind of get, like you said, thrown under the bus because we can't lose this person in this field. And rather than thinking about, okay, but how many people have they driven away from the subject, from the field, from any field, like creative fields, because people were scared of working for them or had heard the stories or were exploited and abused. I'm more interested in hearing people's stories and exploring the unknown, just like, okay, what are the details of your experiences, rather than, okay, I have this agenda about what I want and I'm hoping for. Just a quick aside, like the new Unsolved Mysteries, there was a woman who was talking about her experience. Of course, I'm going to forget the name of the case right now. And all she talked about was like experiencing light. And she watched like light fill the horizon, and then she saw this thing kind of move up and back and then fly over a mountain. She didn't say that she saw a UFO or anything. She just described the light that she saw. And again, that to me is so much more interesting because as you've written in your book, like these might not be UFOs, or they're UFOs in the sense that we don't know what they are, but somebody, and maybe somebody in the government knows what they actually are and has some sort of program with them. So it makes more sense to talk about, like, okay, what are people experiencing? What are they seeing? What could that possibly mean? And what does this mean in the context of what is happening socially, politically, in the government? Because if this was the problem I saw in sociology, like none of the fields were really talking to each other. It's like, okay, well, okay, this is a sociological understanding of this. Let's throw in a psychological understanding of this, a historical side, throw in poli-sci, because if we're all experts in these different fields, or at least have knowledge in these different fields, together we can have a more holistic understanding of what is happening, rather than these people, just in their little ivory towers yelling into the void about what they think is actually happening. Yeah.
Absolutely. Trauma specialists, psychologists bring a lot to the discussion. I often get frustrated when I see people that almost obsessively can reel off details and trivial aspects of the UFO phenomenon that haven't so much as cracked a psychology book. But like that distresses me, that there's such tunnel vision with the popular UFO researchers, but so few people look into any of the aspects of the intelligence community or the psychology community. An example that what you were just talking about reminded me of, in the 1990s, there were some Roper polls done that Robert Bigelow, a controversial UFO philanthropist, put money in, and these were conducted by Bud Hopkins, designed and conducted with the assistance of Bud Hopkins and David Jacobs and Westrom. They concluded that some 5 or 6 million Americans had been abducted by aliens without ever asking in the surveys if these people believed they had been abducted by aliens. And of course, this millions of people comes from a sample of a few hundred people that they then apply these questions to the United States population. And the way this was done was based on the quote expertise unquote of Bud Hopkins and David Jacobs. If people gave certain responses to questions that had nothing to do with extraterrestrials or UFOs or being abducted, that these two guys recognize as markers and indications of an alien abduction that they can't prove exists, was the rationality that, well, if you've experienced sleep paralysis, if it seemed later one time than you thought it should be, we're going to call that missing time, so on and so forth. Any markings on your body that you can't account for, then they assign that. If X% of the few hundred people surveyed said, yeah, we're going to identify them as alien abductees, then we're going to apply that percentage to the United States. And those surveys are still cited among the pro-ET portions of the community when they have been thoroughly dissected and competently debunked by people that actually have degrees in designing surveys and how leading questions are made. And in one instance, a survey expert pointed out that one question was what's called a double barrel question. Have you ever this or that? And it's been proven in trials that that gets more positive responses, because it seems like it'd be one or the other. So I'll just say, yeah. And that was one of the questions that resulted in identifying these people were alien abductees, that never asked them if they've been abducted by aliens.
I like, again, as someone who has worked with a major research study and who was a research assistant for a few years, I like it makes me so mad, because like you were saying, if you were designing a study, in the sociological community, we and in women's and gender studies, which is also my background, we talk about this idea that like objectivity in certain ways is an illusion, because the measures that you are choosing determine what answers you're going to find. Like what questions you ask will determine what answers you're going to find. And so this is why we always talk like there might be a correlation between two data points, but that doesn't equal a causation, because just because two phenomena occur concurrently, there could be something else that is informing both of these things. So to have a study designed that is to like intentionally elicit, like if you've already decided that sleep paralysis and lost time mean alien abduction, then you're asking questions about that. And then so, well, proof of alien abduction. I will also note that the idea of using a sample size of 200 people to extrapolate to the entire population of the United States, again, infuriating to me. You need a good data set, right? You need a good sample size. The sample sizes that for major research studies are tens of thousands of people, because that's really the only way you can kind of account for class bias, gender bias, or racial bias, and try to tease those out of the numbers, again, to figure out what is actually informing the data that you're collecting, and that you're not, again, imposing some sort of narrative on the data. You mentioned Bud Hopkins. I wanted to talk more about Bud Hopkins and then Carol Rainey, who also, I mean, the way you kind of describe it in the book, like he kind of got high off of his own supply at some point, and once she kind of stepped back and was like, oh, this is bad. This is really bad. But again, Bud Hopkins is kind of held up as this paragon in the community. We don't talk about like what he did that might be unethical. And again, talking about like gender intersections here, you specifically say she's the woman scorned, right? Like that's how she's kind of presented in the community. So if you would talk a little bit, please, about Bud Hopkins and Carol Rainey's kind of awakening.
Sure. That actually, that aspect of it you just pointed out actually caught my attention more than her reveals about his bias. Was before we had Twitter and we're doing social networks to the extent we are, there was something we used to call listservs, which was email bases that you would read who'd been emailing what, and you might contribute. And there was one called UFO Updates List that was pretty interesting, that many of the higher profile researchers, some that became higher profile from participating at UFO Updates List, would argue, and it would get heated. And it was an interesting watch for us that were interested in UFOs. And I actually got even more interested in, I felt moved to write about the Emma Woods saga and Carol Rainey's experiences with the community, because of how scorned they were at UFO Updates List. And the Good Old Boy Network was misogynistic, was biased, was closed-minded. We've made our damn mind up that Bud and Dave are good guys. Now shut the hell up. And that, you know, sometimes that'll just make you all the more stubborn to want to amplify, you know, the story. Yes. But I certainly don't speak for Emma or Carol. I do have some fairly educated insights into things that happened to them, though, as I wrote about and took the time to interact with them and other people in the saga, other people that had amplified it, and felt that I gave an accurate assessment of it. And it's my interpretation that Carol recognizes it wasn't all good and it wasn't all bad, but the parts that were bad were pretty bad. Mm-hmm. And she tried to bring a credibility to Bud's efforts to put some of these claims under a glass. Like she met Bud and didn't really have any background in the UFO community, didn't have any background, didn't have any interest. But because of his interest in it, she listened and found, as many of us do, myself included initially, some of the claims and stories fascinating. That you're like, well, how can they say that? Like, what happened then if this isn't correct? And suffice it to say, people can present a pretty interesting case in a paperback that you're only reading their words. And Bud was a charismatic guy, much more so than David Jacobs. He was charismatic. He was a good storyteller. I attended some of his presentations. He would just capture the audience attention, and they would just clamor to get around him and want to talk to him. And the closer she looked, she had a background, Carol had a background in the professional medical community. And she was a grant writer and an award-winning filmmaker, and she understood what medical grants are supposed to do. She understood and worked directly with results-driven data and processing it, explaining objectives, how they would be measured. And suffice it to say, saw a lot of problems with Bud and Dave's assessments and data collection. As she began to voice this to Bud, he got increasingly uninterested in her contributions. And this pretty much came to a head with the case of a man named Mortallero, was his last name. And this guy, under hypnosis, had fascinating stories to tell. But his down Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Jim Mortallero's downfall was that he was one of Bud's star cases, and he claimed that he had been to doctors and had a lot of documentary evidence from medical professionals about these traumatic, physically and mentally traumatic UFO abductions. And it went on and went on, and Bud and Leslie Kean kept supporting Mortallero and saying that the proof was coming. And finally, even some of Bud's supporters who were in the professional medical community didn't want to be a part of talking about proof, but never presenting it anymore. And finally, some documents, I guess Mortallero presented them, were identified as fraudulent. One of the, and so Bud and his associates finally released a statement and posted a statement that they were no longer supporting the case, and that was pretty much a milestone, a beginning of the end moment for her support of his questionable activities and tactics, and some of his associates as well. It was, and there's a number of cases to that effect, that there's a big talk about this proof that's never really presented. That it really comes down to an understanding of why witness testimony is a very weak, the weakest type of evidence that we might present when we're trying to build a case for something. And there were a number of cases such as this one that relied strongly on the endorsement of Bud that were extremely weak, if not outright misrepresented in his presentations and books.
Right. This is something that I find very fascinating about the UFO community in general. This idea, like you're talking about, like evidence, claiming that there's evidence, the evidence is coming, the evidence is coming, disclosure is coming. And it strikes me as an apocalyptic, like it's the same kind of mentality of an apocalyptic cult, right? Like, oh, the rapture is happening on this date. We looked at the Bible, we calculated the numbers. It's happening on this date. That date comes and goes, nothing happens, there's a new date, right? It's always projecting out forward and forward and forward. And again, these kind of incredible hypotheses or incredible dreams, again, like disclosure, talking about aliens, if they've been among us for however long. I think you make a very compelling case in The Grays Have Been Framed of, just that some of these like more famous UFO cases have had some sort of government program, some sort of political spy operation behind them. And you cite, I think, pretty good evidence to make that case. What do you think it is about this community that it seems to be that people are more likely to believe these outlandish stories, and again, these promises of data that never, and information that never comes, or when it comes, it's fraudulent, and then there's some explanation for that, rather than looking at more mundane data that support hypotheses better?
I think there's a variety of reasons for that, Vanessa. I think a primary one is we are often in fear that our personal experiences are invalidated by hoaxes. That can easily turn into black and white thinking of everything's right or everything's wrong. And the UFO subculture has an amazing capacity for that if a single case is shown to be a hoax, shown to be full of holes, there's like this irrational fear that means everything's a lie. Where it's of course part of the process of identifying what's accurate is to weed out what's inaccurate. So I think that's part of it. I think, as we touched on earlier, another thing that leads to this aversion from accepting some of our perhaps previously thought of heroes aren't so heroic is it causes us to rethink our place in all of it. And there's a lot of concern about that kind of thing. The UFO subculture, like many, I'm sure this is not unique, have overlapping cliques. And what, you know, the 6 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon kind of thing certainly applies. That one of the reasons Carol Rainey and Emma Woods were so rejected on UFO updates list is a lot of people had their wagons firmly hitched to the stars of Bud Hopkins and David Jacobs. And so if I'm friends with this person, I really can't be friends with you. And I think that's a big part of it as well, that, wow, you know, you make a really compelling case for this argument you made, but I'm not even going to read it because my people have told me not to like you. So I'm just going to go on to something else. I think that plays a big role in it. And one of the things that, you know, interested me in the exploitation of the community by the intelligence agencies, but also a big part of it is charlatans and the media, people with vested interests in documentaries, all kinds of interest in the topic, that it's really at a conflicting, a conflict of interest to pursue truth for some of these, corporations and individuals that want clicks, that want eyes on specials that are broadcast and things like that. So in that regard, I think conditioned behavior plays a really big part in it. That if I've heard 19 times that person A was abducted by aliens, and I heard once that person A may have had their story exploited by the publishing house that edited it and printed it, I'm just gonna think it's literally more likely that beings came from another star system and kidnapped this person than they were just then you know, the publishing house edited the story advantageously, or they were mistaken, or somehow some type of 1960s intelligence mind control operations played a role in it. Like along those lines, I'm often asked why. What would be the point of leading people to believe they were abducted by aliens? And we're already off on the wrong question. You know, we're already going down the wrong rabbit hole, that maybe that wasn't the intention, but just an unintended byproduct. You know, like the Unabomber that was an MK Ultra volunteer. I don't think they were intending to get him to mail bombs to people. You know, and who knows how much the what in his past led him to be who he is. So we're often on the wrong question, but and irrational lines of reasoning from the get-go. But why people are so sensitive about applying critical thinking and rationality to some of these topics, I think conditioned behavior plays a role in it. That they've just heard the story so many times, it literally seems more rational that it could be aliens than another chain of events that is in reality infinitely more likely.
Right. Would you say too then, since we've been talking about trauma this whole time also, that there's like a trauma component to that too, where somebody feels like an outsider and then they finally have this community, but they essentially have to follow the company line in order to continue being a part of the community, even if that means swallowing a lot of ideas that upon any kind of critical reflection you'd have to question and think, oh, there might be something else going on here, you know?
Oh God, yes, absolutely. I have come to be very very hesitant to talk about any of my personal ideas or personal experiences that relate to any of this because of my experience with what you're talking about and some of my earlier interactions with the UFO subculture. Uh, it's not unlike sects trying to pull you into their camp to go with one line of reasoning or another, one belief system or another. And many people just don't understand or don't want to understand that if you or I sit here and describe an experience, they don't know what happened. What they just experienced is watching us sit here right now describe our interpretation of an experience. Many people, though, will fill in blanks, will apply it to what they perceive happened to them, will make assumptions, will draw conclusions about what happened to you, and will literally want to argue with you about it. And so I found it, if I'm not wanting to go into all that, I just don't even want to discuss things that happen or different things to me personally that I've just become okay with. I don't know what happened. And that's just kind of where I'm at with it. But God, yes, as I mentioned about Emma, one of the hardest parts I would think is reevaluating these circumstances because sometimes these people think they found their tribe, you know, and I went into the Leah Haley case quite a bit in my book, and I felt like that was one of her circumstances too, that people that had supported her beliefs as an alien abductee, when she changed her mind and said, we need to tap the brakes here, I'm not sure about this, were I mean, they were harassing. They were completely identified with it as a personal attack on them, that she wasn't going to continue with that story. Yeah, and that was not the worst parts, but
Right.
yeah.
Well, and I too in your book on this topic, like the case of Barney and Betty Hill, right? That I didn't. That's kind of held up as one of those like the kind of platonic ideal almost of like UFO experiences, that here was a real thing that happened. We have their stories. I didn't realize until I read your book that there were years between like the initial sighting and then the more kind of descriptive experience that became popular in the media. Again, you wrote about this in your book. Clearly, the information is out there, but people are, like you said, kind of desperate to cling to these ideas and beliefs rather than think like, okay, maybe we just don't know. I'm a person who's very comfortable with ambiguity, so I'm okay with things shifting and changing. But some people get really attached to these stories and these beliefs, and again, these older stories rather than investigating maybe newer cases or newer experiences, because they need proof of their thing.
Yeah, I touched on that that Hill case in my new book too, Wayward Sons, and that within a week or so of the sighting, she wrote the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, which is NICAP, and they had a representative that is recognized as the first interview with her and Barney, and it's cited among people that are particularly serious about the case and that aren't trying to sensationalize it as the benchmark of how much the case got embellished from there forward. Yeah, they had a investigation that took place by NICAP, and he has an initial interview, he has a final report, and to this day, people close to the case that are sensationalizing it try to present Dr. Benjamin Simon, who was involved, as subscribing to an alien abduction. And there are multiple sources, including that report and Simon's own words during an interview, that he did not, of course he didn't think that's what happened. I mean, he could wonder, anybody could think, yeah, maybe, but it would be unreasonable to conclude that based on what someone simply said. And so, of course, a practicing psychologist would not draw that conclusion and lean towards some took place, but then, you know, trauma, which is so relevant to everything, contributed to how the story got a lot of window dressing over the years. Yeah.
Right. And also too, like, if you could talk to the audience more about like government interventions in these cases, or I guess intelligence agency intervention in cases, whatever the case may be. Because what you said earlier, like, we shouldn't assume that if there is some sort of government intervention, it was intentional. Like this idea that maybe something started happening and they thought, hey, we could use this. Who knows what for? But you know, I think all of us has been working on a project, something falls in our lap and we're like, oh, let's just go this direction. This is clearly here, and we can try something with it. Again, anybody who's done any research about like MK Ultra and the projects they did, they were kind of flying by the seat of their pants in some cases, and we're probably excited, like, oh, let's make something out of this, you know?
That's a great point. I don't think that most people are aware how haphazard a lot of aspects of the CIA and Sidney Gottlieb's work was in the 1960s. They were literally dosing each other with acid and to see what would happen. There are some interesting aspects to that. Gottlieb later told during interviews that he didn't recall anything about UFOs, but he was asked, do you think the CIA just left it alone? And he said, I wouldn't think so, no. And that, you know, there were magicians on the payroll. There was a magician named Mulholland for the CIA that was sent to the Kellysville case, as well as a sighting in Levelland, Texas, that's considered significant. And as you said, Vanessa, is this because he was following up on something they already did? Was he going? There's a number of scenarios that could apply to that. Was the magician sent to figure out if this was some kind of other adversary intelligence agency, figure out how they did it? Figure out how we could exploit this for our own use? And uh, hello again.
Hello again.
So
it's government intervention. They don't want us
they're
talking.
silent. I won't be silent. So it depends on how far we want to go with it. In the mid 20th century, the Rand Corporation presented the Air Force with an assessment of exploiting superstitions. And there were some fascinating examples in that that are certainly indicative of some famous UFO cases. I could also, while it's on my mind, I could mention in the Leah Haley case, she had people on occasion interview her that identified themselves as from intelligence agencies, is what she represented to me, and I tended to believe this. And I have different ideas about what they may have been interested in. And the bottom of the list for me would be extraterrestrial intelligences. I think it would much more be Chinese or Russian intelligences. How much have you people seen that are hanging outside the Navy base at Pensacola with binoculars every night? There's even a thing in the UFO community that's kind of funny to me, that I kind of use the analogy of slapping a bee's nest. Is they almost seem to like get, some of the researchers seem to get their credibility from getting investigated or hassled by the FBI or the CIA. And there's some pretty surefire ways to go about it, like publishing blog posts and video interviews and books that state you have classified material and that you're talking to people that are leaking material, is a pretty good way to get your emails under surveillance, and your phone, and to get a court order to put your phone calls under surveillance. If nothing else, to see if global adversaries are now monitoring you, and can we catch spies that way by figuring out who's following you. I've been informed by people that I felt were in positions to know that some of the UFO databases have unusual activity and surveillance closer to military bases, that some of this interest may be from adversaries that find it an easier way to monitor some flights and what may be happening. Maybe we should just move to another topic.
Yeah, probably. Oh no.
Never mind. I wasn't saying that.
The government doesn't do anything. It's all craft from other planets.
Right. Right.
Let me think. What do I have here? So I guess, are there any other cases that you want to talk about, now that I'm like scared, that you want to talk about that you feel like are more, again, they're kind of held up as these paragons of UFO proof that really don't stand up to scrutiny?
Yeah, I know. I get myself in trouble with that one because I'll be asked, well, what are your favorite cases? What are you most interested in? And I hate to be a wet blanket, but it's like, well, very few of them are much more than hearsay, you know? You had mentioned earlier how they're always talking about the proof that's coming instead of presenting it. And my buddy Tim Banal has, that's one of his pet peeves. Like, why don't they ever just go get this stuff before they say it's coming? You know, like I got it. Here it is, guys. You know, like they never get to that part of it.
Yes.
And yeah, and suffice it to say, I'm pretty sure that when To the Stars Academy made such a big splash in 2017, their most enthusiastic supporters did not expect in late 2021 to be saying, be patient. Like I don't think that was the plan.
Right.
And there is, I mean, that's just what it is. The community has been a perpetual 70 years of proofs coming tomorrow. And there are some interesting cases. Something happened at Rendlesham. It's an interesting case for a sociologist as well, because regardless of what happened, there's sure a spider web of stuff that took place that living, breathing people contributed to thereafter. The O'Hare sighting, who knows what happened there. They always kind of intrigue me too when in this day and age that we can't seem to get a clear picture of something, makes me doubtful. One of my favorite cases is actually not well known, but took place in the 1970s in Charlotte, North Carolina, and is known as the Snoopy 2 case, because Snoopy 2 was a police helicopter, and they encountered a couple of craft and didn't know what they were looking at, and had somewhat of a dogfight with one of them, and then it left. And those are the kind of cases that I could see an intelligence agency, researchers being intrigued by, because something with significant flight power was flying around that wasn't on wasn't on airport logs. The police weren't aware of it. The comptrollers didn't know what was taking place, air traffic controllers. So there are some, like, whatever the answer to that is intriguing. You know, did we literally, you know, have some guy, you know, building, you know, home airplanes in North Carolina at the time? I mean, we don't know what was taking place there. That seemed to enjoy playing with the police to some extent. Was this some kind of prototype for drones to come? I don't know. The drone aspect interested me for a while as well. A few years ago, I was writing about it because I didn't think, I hadn't known, and I doubted most people interested in UFOs knew, that unmanned aerial vehicles actually go all the way back to World War I. That for many years, the Department of Defense and military agencies have been flying supplies, recon missions, things like that, weaponry through small craft. And I thought that was intriguing, that never even seems to enter the conversation, even as late as the 60s and 70s and 80s. And I actually stopped writing about drones in recent years because the updates were coming too fast. You know,
Sure.
it's like it just turned into a waterfall of extraordinary information. So
Yeah. So I wanted to touch on what you said earlier, this idea again of like the information is always coming, right? And it's been 70 years now. In any, again, if we're talking about science and we're talking about presenting research, in every academic discipline, you can't just publish a wild hypothesis. I mean, well, there are journals for that, but like if you are actually claiming something extraordinary, you need extraordinary data to back up the claim. And there's also like articles have to be peer reviewed, research has to be peer reviewed, so people don't just publish outlandish things. I mean, there have been famous cases of things being retracted later because the due diligence didn't happen in the initial research or data was fabricated. You don't typically see like, a theoretical physicist talking about like 11 dimensions and not presenting math to back that up. You know, they're not just making these wild claims and saying like, oh, we'll have the math in a few years. You know, it's like they're doing research and doing data on what's in front of them, not what they're hoping to see in front of them. So I guess my question to you then is, do you think that there's anything that we can do to enforce a certain level of due diligence in the UFO community in terms of investigating research, in accepting stories, in I guess fostering a certain level of critical thinking and a sense that the critical thinking doesn't mean disrespecting the field. To me, it's being more respectful of the field because you want to make sure that information that is out there is accurate and that data isn't being manipulated.
yes, I think what you're doing here today is a good part of that process. And
well, thank
I
you.
appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you. Some of the people that I mentioned that I stood on their shoulders with the Woods Hopkins, Rainey stuff was Jeff Richmond and Jeremy Vaeni. And they consider themselves experiencers. And for the reasons you just stated, they were so critical of the behavior of David Jacobs. Was this just undermines and devalues the whole subject matter. I think that it's always going to come down to if there's a market, someone's gonna give it a supply.
Right.
And that's too bad. But if people want to hear about super soldier wars on underground bases on Mars, then somebody's going to give them the story. What does kind of fascinate me in that regard about the never-ending disclosure narrative is the same people that are supplying the market kind of create it too. Like they create that need. And that kind of fascinates me as well, that they have a rather audacious, rather intriguing, a quality I don't respect, but I recognize as kind of fascinating, of creating urgency for 25 years. Stephen Greer, Stephen Bassett, George Knapp managed to turn over audiences frequently enough and or keep very loyal believers for decades, that they're creating an urgency that something's about to happen, to the extent that the supporters of To the Stars Academy considered themselves a fresh addition to the topic, when we're talking that it's being, some of their most cited names are people like Robert Bigelow and Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff, that go back decades. And somehow these people have been convinced that this is a new spin and that something original is taking place. It's rather fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Right. Because again, I got into all of this mostly in the like 90s, and it just seems like it's the same information that's just got a new sticker on it. It's not even really fully repackaged. It's the same narrative. It's the same stories, the same videos that are even being shown as proof of aliens. And that there doesn't seem to, I guess I'm just amazed that there doesn't seem to be more of a critical response to that, or that the critical voices don't, I guess, have a bigger audience or bigger support. Because you can find the information out there. Again, we're talking about decades old stories, and like you said, people who are in the field. I'm just endlessly amazed.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, one of the, well, it was the largest, most popular UFO organization ever was NICAP. And that's the subject of my latest book, is the involvement with them of the intelligence community. And there are just fascinating links in the people that incorporated the organization, the original organizers, the people that were working on the membership drive, are firmly connected with the Central Intelligence Agency. I don't I don't claim to understand exactly what they were doing, but again, I would confidently say that extraterrestrial intelligence was at the bottom of their list of concerns. But it almost becomes a community of exploitation and pulling on the topic in one way or another to conform it and mold it to what we'd like it to be, how we'd like to present it, and that we would like others to agree with us. And that is where the ethics becomes so important in it, is that we should prioritize the well-being of the people we're researching, that we're writing about, that we're interacting with, that we recognize some type of societal norms, even if we consider ourselves mavericks and in the fringe, then that fringe should have some type of societal norms. And of course, sometimes this ends up being argued about by attorneys and decided by judges, is does an amount of money help decide those societal norms? Is paying a psychic $100, $200, $100,000, when are we outside the lines? We at least have our own code of ethics that we should try to remember, like when that police officer gets behind us in traffic, and not get so excited about, oh man, do I want this quote, man, do I want this person to give me this information. It's gonna be so cool when I share this on Twitter. It's gonna be so great when I get this for chapter 7 of my book, that we don't consider ourselves unethical and might get so caught up in, I really want this information to share with everybody, that's where we veer from the ethics. But then in other circumstances, there are things like John Carpenter and David Jacobs that I wrote about, that there's just no way to even rationalize how that could be remotely considered even a reasonable mistake, but people still rationalize it.
Yeah, to what you're saying, like for ethics in any field, like is your like you said, are you focused on yourself, and are you focused on the quote and the clout that you're going to get from that? Or are you focused on the person who had the experience, right? Is empathy directing your actions, or is selfishness? And then again, these whole constructs around communities and individuals in order to promote the very, like I said, various agendas, whether personal or professional, in order to maintain these belief structures, rather than looking at evidence and saying, okay, what's really going on here? Again, in sociology, I loved my research methodology professor, because he said, in science, you never prove anything. You only disprove, and you fail to disprove. If you are really focused on the scientific method, you are always looking for the best interpretation of the data that we have. You don't know if it's true or not. It's just the best working model for what is there. As soon as you start saying, here's the truth, you get into dangerous territory, because you're completely blocking out what could actually be happening out in the world, which is probably more interesting than what you think is happening.
That's great. You only disprove or fail to disprove. That's great.
I've carried that with me for like 18 years because I loved that so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One of the things that goes on a lot in UFO world, and it's kind of tailored to it, is a lot of whispering behind the scenes. Don't tell so and so I told you, but I want to share this document with you, but you can't tell anybody because of such and such and so and so. And another thing that I'm sure you'd agree is important about ethics is the integrity of the information. It is not ethical, and it is not reliable for me to tell people I know, but I can't tell you how I know. So if I can't show the chain of custody of this piece of paper someone wants to share with me, I'm really not interested in it. If they can't tell me where they got it, and I can't talk to those people, if it's not an authenticated document from an agency with a stamp on it, it's really of no value. It's right up there with so and so said the aliens came last night. Well, run blog about that. I mean,
right.
It really doesn't matter. And that integrity of information is very important, and we lose sight of a lot. And I actually feel like that's another way that the intelligence community inadvertently, maybe it's a byproduct, but it certainly happened in the mid 20th and latter 20th century. I believe the intelligence community influenced the UFO community in that way that it made it's inherent to the genre to not ask people where they work, who they work for, where do you live, because of stigma. So there's a lot of privacy respected that would not be the case in other aspects of life. That if you were dealing with a real estate agent or a life insurance salesman, you want to know their firm, you want to talk to their boss, where'd you get a degree? These kinds of things that don't get asked in UFO circles. And I think that the way part of that evolved is it's inherently helpful to intelligence gathering and counterintelligence gathering. And specifically what I mean by that is people that were issued security clearances in professional capacities are known to have interests in UFOs. They hang out at conferences, they go where angels fear to tread in UFO forums on the internet. The Marine Corps at one point identified the internet as a war zone and said, soldier, you're not to be on Facebook if you're not working. If it's not your mission to be on Facebook, it's a conduit to trouble. And I think that plays out in the UFO community, that the UFO topic makes a handy vehicle to exploit the interests of these people that have classified positions and security clearances under the guise of, I'm a fellow traveler, I know the truth, I'm with you, let's talk secrets. And we have some circumstances that's not just theorized, but very much look like have played out, such as the case of a gentleman, the late Boyd Bushman, I've written about and blogged about, that Lockheed Martin even informed the FBI that they thought that he was the target of information exploitation and extraction. And the FBI conducted an investigation on Mr. Bushman. And I don't find it coincidental that Mr. Bushman was an outspoken proponent of ET, and even thought that some of the security restrictions hampered his networking with global researchers. And it depends on, like we talked about, Vanessa, what angle are you coming at this at? If you're thinking UFOs and alien abductions and get the truth out, that makes a lot of sense. If you're coming at it with the eyes of a counterintelligence expert, I literally found it kind of amusing that I thought, what, like we were saying about, if you want to get chased by bees, just, take a 2x4 to that hive and it'll work. You stand around the water cooler talking about, you think that there's too many security restrictions. You're going to attract the attention not only of your employer, of the FBI, but quite likely global adversaries that say, yeah, ain't that the truth? Now, what is it? Tell us about what they shouldn't be restricting information about. So they're just like, it's almost like, sometimes I think of those optical illusions, like the two faces looking at one another that looks like a vase. Mm-hmm. Are you coming at it with these extraordinary UFO stories, or are you looking at it as, wow, this guy with a security clearance thinks he should be talking more with European researchers? Mm-hmm. Wow.
Right. Right. Well, 2 points to that too. So again, in sociology and psychology and any, again, scientific field that I'm aware of, if you're doing real research, if you don't share your data when your data is questioned by other researchers, they throw out your study. Journals will publish retractions. They don't put up with that, like, oh, the numbers are coming for that long. They'll give you a little bit of time, but then they'll just determine you're fabricating it, because if you can't produce the information, again, science is based off of evidence, not off of conjecture. And then another thing that I was thinking about, again, when reading your book, is like, especially with the intelligence community, I find it so fascinating that so many people believe in, like, government, like in the UFO community, believe in government conspiracies and don't trust intelligence agencies unless those people leave. And then suddenly they trust every single word that comes out of their mouth about what they saw when they were in the government and that they know these secrets. It's like, do you really think that they're telling you the truth? Or are they still working for these intelligence agencies, or are they running their own fun game for whatever purpose because they have an interest in information warfare? I'm just constantly amazed by that.
Some of them are information warfare specialists that were relying on their unsupported statements for what's going on. That's correct. the NICAP that I mentioned had a board member that was a psychological warfare expert for the CIA. The director of the CIA was the chairman of the board at one point. And that culture started hard and heavy.
Of course, we talked about the government again. And you got dropped.
This is really extraordinary. I was thinking about that when we're talking about the other stuff, that, wow, why am I not getting dropped? I was thinking about that.
We were so good for a while, and then as soon as we brought it up again.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about NICAP and the CIA that were literally on its board, and it got sewed into the culture at that point in time that you could identify sincerity being synonymous with activism for ETs and UFOs. He's obviously not a government plant because he believes in UFOs. And as you were saying that your apt mentor pointed out, you're already going down the wrong path. You're not disproving anything there.
Mm-hmm.
So that part of it is intriguing. And you were saying we trust them when they leave the organization or whatever. And we just have a well-documented history of that, of intelligence community members coming into the UFO clan and being wrong repeatedly and still accepted on faith, which we're going to keep coming back to ethics. And I often say I would like to be remembered as a guy that his line was, it starts and ends with standards of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter if this guy's source he won't tell us is true or not. It doesn't matter if he really retired from the DOD or if he's still working there. None of that matters if we respect and recognize universal standards of evidence, because it's all talk till it's not all talk. And that's a different standard that should apply to people that are wanting to be respected for their credentials or their positions or what they claim to know than it is sitting around the bonfire and talking about something we saw when we were 17 or something. It is a different standard. Mm-hmm. Then in that circumstance, you're just kind of going to shrug your shoulders and say, well, something happened to them. They obviously found it outside the realm of their normal experience. Mm-hmm. Where if we respect the standards of evidence that should apply to Luis Elizondo, to the Stars Academy, Richard Dolan, other researchers that want to be respected as credible historians and professional researchers, then what they just say, and if they don't have chains of custody for their documents or where they claim to have worked, is irrelevant until it's not.
Mm-hmm. That I think about this all the time because again, I love exploring ideas and hearing people's stories and talking about experiences. And like you said, that has its place. But if you want to do science and if you want to be respected as a scientist, there are scientific protocols in place, standards and practices in place that you have to follow for it to count as science. And if you're not willing to do that, then you can't claim credibility in the ways that a lot of these people are claiming.
Yes, and the reason that claim is frequently made, to take the thought to its end, is it is intended to gain unearned credibility. That if I say, I'm conducting a scientific investigation out at the fill in the blank. Well, then it's reasonable for you to ask me what makes it scientific. What are your protocols? What's the objective? How are you measuring it? How will you report it? Who's looking at it with you? These are a number of reasonable questions. If I can't answer those, then I'm just kind of using the word science as an adjective or adverb that I'm intending it to mean I have a lot of conviction about what I'm doing, or this means a lot to me, but that's not what science means. And oftentimes, like in the case of David Jacobs, I feel strongly it was used as a means to gain otherwise unearned credibility. And you mentioned earlier, as a collective community, we have a tendency to turn our heads on this, turn a blind eye. NICAP was billed and has a reputation as respecting scientific principles. And I was disappointed at some of the things I found that they were publishing, and when I took a deep dive on them, that made me feel like the scientific aspect was more of a PR scheme, a public relations ploy, and or they just didn't understand how biased and how full of assumptions they were. So that's one aspect. Another is, so why are people still defending that as a scientific investigation and committee? And I would say that probably had to do with they respect certain aspects of the work they did. As we mentioned earlier, some of them were friends with NICAP personnel and just don't want to bring out the uglier stuff. And it's an incomplete picture without the uglier stuff. Is it important? I guess it depends on who you ask, but as I mentioned, I became more interested in the sociology. I really wasn't even interested in the NICAP UFO reports or the MUFON UFO reports. I've used the analogy of, like, if it were a tire store, I don't really care if they recommend radials or white walls. I want to know who works in the office and where they worked before that. I'm interested in who their mechanics are and what their relationships are in their social circles. And I think a lot gets overlooked in pursuit of the shiny object, metaphor of the UFO case.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I see this in creative circles as well. Like, are you focused on an outcome, or are you focused on the process? Right? Because the process is going to take you in all sorts of different directions. Whereas if you're focused specifically on an outcome, you're going to ignore so much of the information and so much other evidence that could give you a more complete picture of what's actually going on. So,
yeah, absolutely. And ethics in investigations and research is very much the process, regardless of the specific activity. Whether it be applied to fringe topics or pharmaceutical trials.
Right. Well, we've got about 10 minutes until the next panel. Do you have any final thoughts, Jack, before we wrap this up?
I just really appreciate you tackling the topic. I think that this is certainly more of the solution than the problem, and I appreciate it. And I'm honored that you'd asked me to discuss it with you. Thank you.
Of course, you were the first person I thought of. Again, my copy of The Grays Have Been Framed is heavily annotated and underlined and stars and exclamation points all over it. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for being a part of this.
Thank you.
Of course. All right. I don't know, were there any questions in chat? I haven't even looked.
Let's take a look and see.
No, I'm afraid to touch anything, or my laptop might blow up.
Right. Of course. This is why we have multiple organizers. So like I can be focused. Mira and Jason can like watch chat. We even have a chat moderator. It's very exciting.
Okay, I think I have my microphone turned back up again.
Oh yeah, you sound great.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, if anyone has any questions for Jack, we've got a couple minutes here. No questions, just gratitude.
Oh, yay. Well,
yeah,
thanks everyone for
thank
watching.
you. That
Great.
was amazing.
Yeah. All right. Well, are we going to reset for the next
I
panel?
think so.
Okay, cool.
We are all set to go. Looks like. Is Jason there? Where are you at?
In the control room.
I'm in the control room.
Excellent.
The control room is largely symbolic because it's just piles of books in here, and are really like I was making like some kind of vague attempt to clean up my computer table because I kind of was like maybe I could fit another system in here, but I don't think so. So we'll see.
We do have a question. Where's the tip jar and where can we buy Jack's books?
Oh, yes, Jack, please talk about all your books.
Oh, thank you. My blog it's one of those Google blogs, the UFO Trail. So it's ufotrail.blogspot.com. And that'll lead you to everything. My books are on Amazon, on Twitter. I'm at the UFO Trail.
Yeah, and the tip jar is just on our website, PanParacon.com. It should be in the top right corner. I think it's the navigation. So
it's in the navigation. It does go to Vanessa's PayPal because she has the professional setup for that. So if you come up and it says what if you're confused, it is going to her.
Polly Butterfly, and the money will be going to speakers.
Yes.
Since we did this in a month, we didn't have like a proper LLC or 501c3, so we're just kind of winging it. But if you want to give direct support, please buy Jack's books. They're incredible. Again, like an important voice in the field. We have one question.
Throw something to the tip jar.
Such a great job doing acts of love.
Yeah.
Hey, we have one question from Steve L. Jack, do you have any thoughts on the new ufology kind of sans conventions and if this is progress?
That's a good question, Steve. I think that we're going to see a whole new evolution of and I mean, everything just changed. I mean, I think Vanessa mentioned last night, time just took on a new meaning in 2020. Everything just changed, and I think we're going to see online events. I think live events are going to be different. However we come out of it, it's going to be a different structure, logistically. And hopefully, I would love if more things like I've had the opportunity to discuss with Vanessa here today would be in for paradigm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more questioning I think is important. More exploration and less deciding what something is.
I am typing on my loud keyboard to hype this up for the next
Thank you.
The next panel coming up.
All right, well, I think we can let Jack go and get on with his
Yep.
day.
Yes.
Thank you,
totally.
Jack,
Thank you
Blake,
for your
Reed.
presence here
Thank you so
today.
much.
This is
Thank
an
you so much.
absolutely incredible. The chat seems to have loved it.
Yay.
I'm very glad to have participated. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm filled
Ooh.
with joy. I'm just filled
Yes,
with joy.
that was a
This
really
is-
good.
That was awesome. Let's see, we got a couple minutes before the next presentation, which is
Cool.
technology and the paranormal.
I do. Katie is right. I do have the loudest keyboard ever. It is the source of my power. I had to have that.
It's your Samson hair. So
It is. Well, and it's since I get to, I've been work from home, so now I can just, it's like a delightful barrage of clicks. And it's like, I'm like bringing the thunder when I'm at home working on this thing. So I'll try not to, I'm not answering, hopefully Nanette will show up and help with the chat. So I'm not gonna unleash the thunder during the talk
I'll
here.
be dropping in the chat too.
All right.
To help
Yeah, she
rep
will
PanParacon.
Yeah, I see Audra's there. Yes, the clickety clack keyboard, the loud keys.
It's an energetic experience. That's what I
It
would
is.
say,
It's just
right?
kind of like, yeah.
I mean, I'm a chaos magician. You gotta find the magic wherever, whatever is inspiring to you. And if
Well, I have.
you're God of Thunder with a keyboard like that, go for it.
I also have in front of me, trying to like set up the like. I tried to set up for the conference. We had all the technical issues. I have one of the first things I ever built, which is just a real simple AM radio and a little goblin figure that I'm trying to just kind of bring peace between the goblins and the technology.
Of course. Yeah, you have to have I think it's important to have little altars everywhere for what you're trying to do.
It's
Again,
kind of
I'm a conference, so I have the little lips magnet here.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And we're waiting for our next participant.
Sure. Well, so we still have 3 minutes.
We still have 3 whole minutes. I know.
Oh.
Adler is here, so.
Adler's here. All right.
And let's see.
Okay. I also should shut off my phone, but
Oh,
that
yeah,
was the message. When I was Adler in the DMs, I'm here, but I don't know how to get in.
It's
Okay.
updating
Wait.
now. Oh,
It's coming.
yep.
Are we
Yay.
good?
Oh yeah.
Amazing.
Goblins.
Yeah.
Right here.
You should give a goblin a little hug. Maybe-
Yes.
Yeah.
Your little pat on the head.
It's a good goblin. It will be a good tech goblin.
Yes. Oh
Okay,
man.
are we getting
Okay.
the sound? I think.
I'm probably very loud, but I don't. Let me see if I can adjust that.
So loud, you're excessive.
I love your
I'm
mug.
not
Oh my god.
surprised.
I had to have a horned god, and as our
Of
little.
course. Perfection.
Oh yes, I had to
Yeah.
do the theme for the day.
I love it. I love it so much. This makes me very happy.
Oh wow. I like. Wait. What is the sign in the background say? Keep calm and ionize.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're
Calm and
gonna.
ionize on.
I love
Alright,
it.
we're getting into
Science.
Oh yes, the nerd is here. So
Yay.
Yeah. I'm trying to. I actually am not allowed to adjust my own audio settings on this anymore
Oh, really?
through Zoom. Hold on.
Okay.
See if I can do it on Windows. Mic settings. I don't know why I'm always so loud. I do have some technical goblins of my own that I have had to deal with on audio stuff, because I have like multiple audio devices on this thing. And yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to be cool, but
your own personal.
So because I saw
Yes.
Stardog, I saw Stardog be like, "You cut it down a couple," so now I'm trying to modulate. I'm gonna get excited and blast.
Of course you are. I think as long as you lay off that keyboard, it'll be okay. Because that's the thing that really is thundering.
It's the power.
Well, of course. And again, I respect that you are harnessing that power.
Harnessing the master power on that.
Exactly.
All right. Well.
All right. Well,
we should get this started.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock by me. It's 2 o'clock. I will mute myself and turn off my video. I'm very excited for this.
This is gonna be.
That's that's immediate, like an immediate anxiety thing. So this is the Tech and the Paranormal panel, and I'm Jason. I am Sonoisia, aka Shirts Cobain on the Twitter. And unlike many of our guests that have are really firmly established in the community, I am dipped out for a while and then kind of dipped back into things.
I am Mira. I am, I don't know, kind of new. I started really trying to find like-minded people at the beginning of the whole pandemic, and I've met so many people, and I'm really grateful for that. That's amazing. And so I mean, I really love, I've experienced paranormal stuff my whole life, but I have a particular love for technology, so that's sort of why I'm here. And sort of too, just how can we hack reality? What are we actually doing? What could this all be? It's that sort of thing.
And I'm Adler Cooper. My name is Maggie Cooper, but I go by Adler on most social media if you find me. They asked me here because I'm a nerd. I'm kind of on the outskirts of the paranormal. I've been interested in paranormal since I was a little kid with the Indra Told Mothman case, my first introduction. And so I've always been to the paranormal, but I'm not really in it. Again, like everybody's saying, with the pandemic, that sort of allowed me to get really weird, sort of in isolation, especially starting graduate school. I started grad school last year, working toward my PhD in physical chemistry. So I don't know a ton about the paranormal, and I'm a baby chemist. But, that's what I have to offer. So.
Yes, your scientific expertise. I mean, we had a Zoom chat earlier this week, I think, and it was amazing. And I think I'm really excited to get into talking about this stuff again. Just so many different perspectives.
Don't let Adler sell themselves short, because they're the real scientist here, and that's a thing. And so starting off on this discussion, where this started for me was, since the pandemic, I've been home, and I've really been trying to avoid going out, trying to avoid doing stuff, and I started building electronics projects, and I started building. I actually just wanted to learn to solder to fix something, and then I ended up. This was like a really basic Elenco AM radio you can buy on Amazon or kind of anywhere. Started building stuff and got really into it, and then I had a realization of, I'm building this stuff. You can just kind of get the parts and get the soldering iron and put it together and kind of hope it works. But to understand it is another level. Then I had kind of a second realization, because I love gadgets. And since I talked about dipping in and kind of dipping out of the paranormal world, I would say early mid 2000s, I kind of just stopped paying attention. And when I dipped back in, it's now there are whole markets of gadgets that have become staples for paranormal investigators, and it's mostly ghost people, but I do see, there is bleed over to other areas, and I believe we have like a really short PowerPoint on that. Do you want me to share that? Try to do the screen share, or do you got it?
Yeah, if you've got it up. The author. Wait, you made it, right?
I made it. Yeah.
Okay.
I can bring this up if you want, or you got it. I know I sent it to everybody. Let me see here. Good old PowerPoint, the lingua franca of modern business. No, it's absolutely true. So I am going to share my screen here really quick, and common tools that we've seen. And the thing I want to emphasize on these is some of the specs on them when we look through. And you don't have to memorize these, but I want to say, let's look at this. So here's, I actually have this. Ghost Stop is one of the companies I mentioned that they make their own stuff. They resell. They have a lot of stuff. Okay, so here's the EMF range, high resolutions between 0 to 20 milligauss plus. And frequency range, it looks like between 5 hertz and 1 megahertz. And it's like, does that mean anything to any of you? Like, some of you it might. I know it does probably to Adler. Doesn't, but this is kind of what started to get to me in my larger point. Again, I have this thing too. This is pretty handy. This is a little easier to understand because it's like, we know AM, FM. Some of us may still even listen to terrestrial radio. We have a sweep rate, which is just how fast. We know what a ghost box is now. Everybody's seen them. We're all familiar with the Estes method. That stuff is everywhere. It's another thing. And then this thing, I see the Newkirks have one of these, the EDI Plus. And this thing's really expensive. It's like $300, but you can see why, because look at all the stuff it does. And I kind of want this. This is like inflames my lust for gadgetry, and and also orange is my favorite color. So, but we've got we've got all the EMF frequency down to 3 milligauss, down to 11 milligauss. We got vibration sensors. We've got temperature sensors. We've got humidity sensors. We've got pressure sensors. I don't know anything about atmospheric pressure. I have no idea what HPA is, but look at the range of that. That's going to be good, right? And then we have all of this other stuff, like the Kinect cameras are still out there. We have UV lights. We have it was supposed to be IR, and so you can tell these slides are 45 minutes old. So. We'll just leave it at that.
Don't expose our secrets.
I'm not exposing. This whole conference is about.
This is professional.
Honesty and radical transparency. We've got the REM pod. We've got the Ghost Augustine, which is another company that does this. Has the portal amplifier device, which is I think some like some effects pedals stuffed in a box with with a speaker and some other stuff. And of course, like the ubiquitous voice recorder. So we've established that there's like an entire industry of stuff out there that we are all sort of buying, taking out, and we have beeps and boops. We have lots of stuff that we're getting on voice recorders. Do we know what any of it means?
Or where it's coming from, or how it's getting there, or...
And that's kind of what started to get me, because as I myself am looking at building gizmos, trying to understand gizmos, I suddenly find myself going like, is this like a folkloric practice? Like if you tuned in last night and saw Liminal Earth, and it was like the Liminal Earth crew knows their stuff. Like they as far as being like naturalists and being plant people, and I'm just like, man, I am into this. why don't we like this with our tech? Like, we're out there going around with our all these meters and stuff, and and some of it, when you start to get into it, to me, really questions sort of like the fundamental nature of what we're investigating. Like, we have all of this EMF meter stuff. We have REM pods. We have this stuff, and we all sort of know what it means. Like, if I'm out waving my meter around, being like, "Hello, ghosts, are you here?" and the thing goes like off, it's like, "Oh, there's one here."
Yeah, and how did we get to that point? Like, where did we go from, how did that come to be? Why is that? I mean, I guess not the evidence for that or the support, but like, how can we be sure that it's a ghost? Like, how do we know what it's doing? Is it detecting something, or is it more of an object that if we say it's a ghost, are they just using it as another form of communication? Like, at what point is it an independent measuring device versus like maybe like a divination type device? You're just trying to, again, like what exactly is
And
it detecting?
I think, even to me, it was like saying, if we accept it, like, let's say I accept when the boops happen that there's a ghost. Okay, so why do ghosts, if, like, the real question to me then is like, okay, so why do ghosts boop between 5 hertz and 1 megahertz? Like, what does that? And I actually started to think about this in terms of what the Liminal Earth folks said last night. Like, what does that mean about ghost ecology?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're talking about, to me, we had like a historical thing of cold spots. Like, when I kind of dipped out of this, like, nobody was waving around meters. Like, people were just like, I don't even know what people were doing. People were just going out and like maybe having a personal experience, which I think personal experiences are totally valid. But cold spots were always part of the folklore, right? Like, we've all read those ghost stories, and so I'm like, so what does that mean? Are ghosts, is that part of their ecology? Are they absorbing thermal energy out of their environment? And for the entire history of if we accept the ghost hypothesis, if we accept all of this is happening, for the entire history of human experience, have they been emitting EMF? And we just couldn't measure it until we didn't even know. Like, I can detect temperature naturally. I have no capacity to detect EMF fluctuations capacity. So, ancient man, like Romans, like, I read a ghost story in a book that was like, it had like the cold thing goes way back. But what does that mean? Are ghosts, like, are they breathing thermal and exhaling EMF? Is that part of their ecology? I had this terrible thought this morning, as we're talking about this. I'm like, what if ghosts are farting on us? Like, what if it's all like a big joke to them and they can't really, like, I'm dead, this sucks, I don't like it, there are people like screwing around in my place of dwelling, and to them they're just like ripping. This is like just ripping, like, as the meter peaks, these ghosts are just like, look at these, we're farting on these on the living, and they don't even know because they fundamentally don't understand it.
I mean, honestly, though, truly, we have no idea.
And I
mean, it's a good point. We don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
point.
I had to take it to ghost farts. I'm sorry. That was just like,
No, the whole point too is that we gotta have fun with this stuff. So, I mean, it could be ghost farts. No one knows.
We don't know. I think it's interesting because we were talking about this before, where it's like, especially like EMF and temperature, and the idea that everything is really just a frequency. It's are they producing these frequencies? Are they riding these frequencies? Are they somehow not hijacking, but using frequencies either where they are or where we are? And that's how we're picking it up. Or are they generating it? So there's this idea where it's like, at the end of the day, I guess if you're just out there to look for spooks, it doesn't really matter what is happening. You just want to see the beep, and then, you're happy. But, when you think about it, it's like, are they producing it, or are they sort of interfering in a way? So it's sort of like, we don't really know what's going on at all.
And I don't think, and I think to me, that's just like a lack of focus. Like, I think for the fun aspect of it, like going on an investigation, I think if you go on an investigation and you're respectful and you're like, I have this dingus and can you make my dingus beep? And the dingus beeps, it's like, all right, ghosts, like high five. That is absolutely, totally, I've had a great evening. Like, I had a lovely time. Thank you. And that, but when we're kind of like, we've kind of just now are taking it as a thing. It's like I am in spooky location. Like I'm in the sanitarium. I'm in like Waverly Hills, and I'm down there like, can you make my stuff beep? And it's like, oh man, we're getting beeps, we're getting boops, stuff is lighting up.
Exactly.
The last, well, and the last investigation I saw like this, yeah, we've never, Vesta says do we have a baseline reading on being human? No. Do we know what else in the environment produces frequencies that are registering, like whether natural phenomena or man-made? Like, do we know what? Look, if I'm like, well, I've got like 30 hertz on milligauss, or like whatever milligauss on this, like, what does that really mean? And it's just like, what do those environments look like when there's nobody there?
Yes, that's a really good question. And because, it could be picking up, what if we, the people who are holding this device, are actually creating this? What if that's us communicating with the device and not anything external? We're not sure. And then too, is this another thing where maybe it's like, where was the decision, like, this is a ghost? Like, who decided that? Like, how did that sort of come to be? Is it more like, what was first? Was that an entity using the device, or was it we decided that it was? Like, and that sort of thing too is what
That's really interesting. We emailed Dan Aykroyd about that on Thursday night. We've not heard back. And I bring that up. Now, I know we have a wide range of ages in here, but I hope a lot of folks have seen Ghostbusters. And if you remember, the Ghostbusters guys had the PKE meter, but in the fictional universe of that movie, they'd actually quantified the ghost energy. They were like, it's definitely a ghost. Like, we have these middle-aged dudes have quantified this. This is the most important discovery in physics, but also kind of funny because they're paranormal. This is like the most realistic part of that, because it's about the paranormal. They lose their funding. It's like, and but that was such a like a potent, to me, like iconic thing. Like, I actually had a buddy of mine ask me to build him one. He's like, could you just like make the things go up on one of those EMF meters? And I'm like, I could, but then I'd have to figure out a way to shield the sensors from the motor, because the motors are putting out, but like, yeah, I can't. I actually was trying to figure it out. The earliest I saw somebody list like the EMF thing in a ghost hunter, we like, get your ghost hunter equipment in, was in 2008 in an article.
Okay,
and
so
they had
and I think that would definitely be like Ghost Hunters, the show, the era of
okay.
that where they were doing that. I think they were sort of probably a big part of bringing all the shows because it was really the paranormal shows were really big around that time. You know, so is this another case too of how art, movies, comics, books, all of that seem to discuss things that are like strange things that are happening in the time around the same time that they're happening. Um, so
Yeah.
you know, it's like, what is it?
Does art influence life, or is life influencing art on that? It's really, for us, was hard to try to find. That was like, it's
Yeah.
been like figuring out where the EMF meter thing came from is still a chicken and egg thing that I know
Yes,
we're like, no, I mean,
exactly. No, it's
we're looking
100% right.
into it, but I feel like the other thing, um, for me was like the farther I got into this, the farther I got into building devices, the more I'm like questioning the results that people get. And I think for me, like I shared in the DMs this really dumb cartoon uh, of this guy that was like, his granddaughter is asking him why hummingbirds hum, and he's like, oh, bad noise reducing capacitors. It's a very like ham radio, like audiophile type joke. But some of this stuff, if you're trying to like understand circuits and understand the principle of it, then you're really questioning like what's going on. Like, I'll give you a really, to me, the other thing that was like glaring for this was the infamous, what is it, the DR60, the Panasonic, that goes like, what are those going for? Like 2,000 to 3,000 bucks on eBay. Because that's the one. Why is it the one? Like, an electrical engineer should be able to look at that, like look at the circuit diagram, look at the components they spec'd out for it, and come up with some answer as to why you're getting more like EVP phenomena, if that's what you're getting, if that's what it really is. Nobody, it's kind of, but it's kind of like that thing has become, I view that as sort of like a really, like, kind of in that folkloric sense, it's like now it is like the potent ritual tool that if you can like quest and find the DR60 and have it, it's like, it's kind of like having the cryptozoologist bucket hat.
Yeah.
It's like you pull out the DR60, that's like, behold, my legitimacy is conferred upon.
Yeah, you reminded me, I'm not even legitimate over here. Oh gosh. There we go.
Oh my god. Oh yes. Well, you have the picture you sent in has that.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I mean,
you have to know I'm a professional.
Oh, that's amazing.
no, it's totally
something
amazing.
I just thought of too is I wonder if it has to, because then we could get into like, especially with the Frank's box sort of thing, are the devices that are being made, is it picking up the stuff because of the person who invented them, or the way that they receive the information for this device?
Yeah, I think all that's super interesting. So like, to me, a lot of this technology, we're talking about like EMF stuff too, before jump into Frank's box, the coolest thing ever. A lot of that was used, for scientific purposes. Like EMF, use it to check for wires in your house. It wasn't made to investigate the paranormal. A lot of paranormal equipment was originally made not to investigate the paranormal, but just to do mundane things. And so just by using this, some people noticed there were anomalies, potentially. I don't know how everything started, but, I started noticing weird things. And it's like, okay, well, maybe I can start using this to look at this weird thing. Or like, if you have paranormal experience in your house, you might say, well, this helped me to, like, this seems to match up, right? And then as you start to learn more and more about these things, you start to understand less and less. Sort of going off of what Jason was saying, like, as you get into it, you realize you really have no idea what's going on. That's true of everything. we'll bring up the big scary quantum word later, but that's my thing. I'm a chemist who studies quantum mechanics, and the more I study about quantum mechanics, the less I know. Right? It's just like, oh no. But this technology, as we've sort of gotten to understand it more and more, and paranormal investigators have started to use it more and more, and people looking, maybe not investigators, but just people interested in this stuff in general. To me, is this technology, are we able to tune it to sort of access different parts of this phenomena, which I think Liminal Earth was talking like, oh, it was beautiful. Talking all about that, where this phenomena isn't just this big blob, but there's different aspects to it. And we were talking about this where there's nuance. And so to me, like the Frank's box is an example of just like a sweeping radio. It's just a radio. Frank, who he says was under the influence of extraterrestrials, ultra-terrestrials, he changed it. And so maybe it's different because he's the one who built it, right? We don't really know why it's different. But it has been adjusted to where it might be easier to access that aspect of the phenomenon, right? Where it's still a sweeping radio, but he knew enough about it to build it slightly differently in order to access more, to make it easier for them to come through, or for us to analyze something a little bit differently. And so the tools have gotten more and more refined as we've sort of investigated these different parts of it. And so maybe the EMF will come up with different fancy little EMFs or something. But I just think that's an interesting point, especially with Frank's box, where it's like, yeah, this started off as just a radio, and then we just swept through the stations and we noticed some weird stuff. Don't know what it is, but weird stuff. And then Frank, has these other boxes that seem to do something a little differently. So just an interesting little thing.
Yeah, and then too, if we go back, like what was the device last night on the Liminal Earth that you can plug into your computer and it opens up the whole
SDR, the software-defined radio.
Yeah, and that's something just sort of going. So let me think. What am I trying to say? Just having that much more stations to listen to, something that I definitely want to try. I do a lot of research and stuff with the Spirit Box, and I've been trying different stuff. Like I put it through an amp, and I seem to hear a lot more. I actually just did an investigation a couple weekends ago at an asylum near where I live, and so that was good. It was nice to see it was led by other investigators to see what kind of tools they're still using. Still the same stuff, the EMF detectors, the REM pods. There was a Spirit Box app that the investigator was using as well. So I downloaded that. It's really interesting. It's called Spiritus. And I'm not 100% sure how that works exactly. It seemed like I'm so used to listening to the Spirit Box doing the Estes method and hearing like the between each thing. So it was weird because this app it just has words, and I'm wondering, how much am I missing here? I sat outside for a couple minutes last week and plugged in my box and used the app at the same time, and they seem to be connected. So it's something I want to continue doing, because it was a lot like, whoa, coming in at once, something to refine. But sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was
just going to talk about the experiment that we did where we connected your box, which, do you have that with you? I
have. Well, it's the one I had in the PowerPoint. It is the Ghost Stop S box that's AM/FM sweep, and it's got an SD card in it, and you can record everything right into the SD card on it.
Yeah. We did that one, my SB7, and then an app, and it all seemed to work. It seemed like we were connecting to the same stuff, and at one point you and I were on it, and it said something like there's there's it's sunny, but there's water, and it's like the man on Venus or something, 20 in the vehicle. And we
We
were
got
just
some,
kept going,
yeah.
and it was the same thing. And I was like, that was really fascinating. So I really love doing that kind of stuff. We have a question. What do we think of just using white noise instead of radio transmissions? I have never done that, but I'm going to have to do that now. That's a great suggestion. I don't know if either of you have done that before.
Um, no, but to two things to Katie said. One, I do know that like everybody does say that, like the Frank's boxes have something extra. And
Mm-hmm.
the rational part of me that builds stuff wants to be like I there's something, there's a little bit, I sort of get this. If you're a professional weirdo, you kind of have to, like, you always have to have a little like something extra. But it's like, I want, like, open up the Frank's box, take pictures, like I want to take my multimeter and measure, capacitance and stuff, and see what Frank used in there, and see if there's any, to me, sort of like rational explanation for differences. Because
Mm-hmm.
I do know, on, if you get into, I also got into the audio stuff a little bit too, building some stuff. And a lot of the audio, if you, different like synths and things, they're like, if you, pull these diodes and get diodes with the different, that let a different amount of electricity pass through, the sound changes. So was Frank innovating there, or is it like something beyond? The one other thing that's really interesting, I read, I think it's called Outside the Box. It's Frank's authorized biography earlier this year. Kind of goes to what Katie said. Frank didn't ask questions. He just let the box, he would turn the box on and just listen and get stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he was also working towards the end of his life. I really couldn't find out what happened to any of this, on white noise through TV static, like a video. Like he was looking for some kind of emerging communication, and it kind of doing like Frank's box with terrestrial TV. Now, all of that is gone now. It's off the air. Like those frequencies got reallocated to other stuff. But I think it might work. I think it really might. It's definitely kind of makes me want to, like, I want to check that out.
Yeah, I've done the
So
white noise thing before. Like I just listen to white noise because I live by myself, so I can't really do like Estes or anything. I just listen to my SB7, or I'll listen to white noise. And to me, that's interesting because almost where I've gotten with the spirit box and with white noise, and my friend and I have done this in the woods, and she feels the same way. It feels more like a way to access a meditative state. And so where that technology, it's like, sure, you get a voice across there, but then it's like, is this your subconscious where nothing's really there? But this is just, you're allowing yourself through technology to sort of suspend, oh God, sorry, burped, suspend your disbelief for a second and allow these sort of messages to come through where you're like, oh, it's the technology, I can hear it, but it's not really coming through audibly. And so I've used white noise and I've heard things. Like when you do Gansfeld, like you use white noise and you typically will see things come through. And it's like, are you actually, like, is this actually something going on, or is this subconscious? And so to me, white noise allows you to access more of a subconscious meditative state with this sort of front that it's technological. And so it allows somebody, especially, a scientist, someone like me, where if you put me in there and I didn't believe what you were saying and I experienced something of like, okay, but this is technology, so I trust it more. Right. And so it's a way, I think, to allow you to enter that sort of headspace, even though maybe it's not the white noise that's generating it. It's just allowing you to get into a meditative state.
Yeah. And that's
I had
interesting
yeah.
too. Like that just makes me think of, like, what is the technology? What is actually technology? Is it just, I don't even know how to, is it just harnessed like
Well, I think that we were talking last night about that, is of like technology and like what is it? And Jason says it perfectly. It's a lens. And so, like I was just like, I got obsessed with that because to me it truly is a lens. Any of this technology that we talk about, it's kind of to me how some people need glasses, right? Because like the world is blurry. And so people, I always think, because I'm in the scientific community, I'm full of people who are just like, I know everything. And it's like, you do not, you simply have an ego. Um, the world is blurry to them when you talk about something like paranormal, or really any kind of big question that you have. And so the world is blurry. And like with glasses, you put that on, it's a lens. It doesn't tell you this is right, this is wrong. It just shows you. It's like, well, that's just a tree. You can decide what you think about the tree, but now you can finally see it. It's all in focus and it's pretty. And I think technology, especially in the idea of the paranormal, is much like that. How Jason's saying it's a lens through which we look at this thing, whatever it is that you're looking at, where it allows you to focus in on this thing. And it doesn't tell you whether it truly is paranormal or whether it's not paranormal. It just gives you this clear picture of what's going on. Where when your device starts beeping and going off, or you start hearing something come through the spirit box, or what have you, and it's not saying that is a ghost, that is Bigfoot, that is this thing. It's just saying, okay, this is what's happening in the world around you, and now it's up to you to decide sort of what to do. So
yeah, like you can feel it, and now we just have a different way of actually seeing it in more of a concrete way, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, but like what nothing's really like what is reality? We could really get down into that.
Exactly. But... and so, exactly. And that's what I'm saying, is like the lens is like a focus, and so it doesn't allow you to decide. Like it provides clarity and that you can finally see everything, but it doesn't give you meaning.
No,
right.
It's just
that's what this technology does. It doesn't provide you the meaning behind the thing. It just says, here it is. Like you can see it now. What do you think?
Yeah, like another step to the next step, I guess. Like keep going. Here you go. Next.
Yeah.
Use this.
Like now you see it. Do you want to refine it? Do you want to keep digging down this rabbit hole, or are you good? Do you feel like to you there's a logical explanation and you're gonna, back out of this, and that's fine too.
So one of the things with that, I think too, though, is the more I study science, the more it makes me wonder about the results I'm getting utilizing technology in paranormal investigation. So one of the other things that was like kind of newish to me when I got back to this was the REM pod, which is sort of like the best like layman's explanation for that thing I've been able to find is it is generating a field, and it's kind of like, how we have photoelectric sensors like on alarms and systems. This is kind of like the radio. This is in the radio frequency instead of in the like visual or IR spectrum part of it. But then I read the circuit was basically a theremin. Everybody, I don't know how familiar we are with theremins, but that's like the wee. Zeppelin used it, Beach Boys used it. It's the instrument you don't touch. But so I'm reading that and I'm going like, well, actually, like I want to build one of these. There are kits out there. I built one. I'm like, how does this work? Because you could just it's kind of like if you put all the pieces together and don't fry anything by applying too much heat and put power to it, it will work. But it's like, why does it work? Reading about how the principle works, I'm like, part of this is the theremin player, when I am in the field it's putting out, I am the ground because I'm standing. I am the ground for this electrically. So does that mean if a REM pod goes off, if we accept it is a ghost, does that mean ghosts are grounded? Like ghosts are like part of an electrical circuit that obeys some of the laws of physics that we know. That's the stuff where I'm like, I want everybody like to go and like I want everybody to learn like basic electronics before they go back out on their next investigation. But it's like that is what's really. But it's like I know it's kind of like. By the way, I don't know what a REM pod costs, but you can get the theremin kit for like $80 and like an Arduino shield on the back for the open theremin. Like some of this stuff is easy, just to be like whatever. And I would also rather just set up a theremin and invite ghosts to jam if they can. I don't want to be like set up a REM pod and be like, see if anything's creeping up. I'd be like, just like, let's set this up and be like, let's
have
jam.
a good time. Again, we're back to the theme of like having fun with it. I think almost, the liminal earth thing too was saying that have fun with it.
Yeah,
So,
it's not all serious business.
like come jam out.
Yeah, go play in the strange.
Can you imagine also if you were someone who had passed away, if we're, going again with the whole thing about that being a spirit, and you liked music, wouldn't you want to play an instrument? Like, I think that would be an amazing time. Personally, I'd play the theremin and be like, oh yeah, someone's not asking me to knock, like shit.
Or to me, like if you're talking to ultra terrestrials, like I know like Greg and Dana have Harlow, the space vampire. I know Mara, you and I had the man from Venus.
Yeah.
We haven't done a set group session since then. I have to see if that character comes back.
I know. I want to do like a larger session.
I want to. I also want to. I ask them. I'd be like, what is like? Give me your like, lay down your funkiest space vampire beat for me. I don't even want to like everybody talks. I'm like, let's party. Like we're gonna jam. But stuff too, like, I see Fire Moon 42, who I know is Stardog, and they're talking about this, the most important any piece of equipment, consistent, reliable power supply. Inconsistent power, you want that perfect, I know this is like, you want like a perfect sine wave on your power supply coming in, because if it's not, the results, like the audio, whatever it is going to be different. Like there's so many variables in that stuff that I feel like if we're only satisfied with having personal experiences, I don't think we need to mess with this. I think you go out and just do whatever. But to me, I don't know. I'm just driven to be like, what does it mean? Are the ghosts farting? I need to know if the ghosts are farting on me or not. Like that's really just like, because I might stay home if I could prove that. Then it's be like, whatever, whatever. That's not my thing.
Ghost gas.
Ghost
gas. Oh no!
We need a travel channel on it.
That'll be. I'm sure Vanessa is working on this as we speak. But I want to talk about the batteries now.
I'm so sorry. I can't stop laughing about it.
No, it's fine.
The breezes you feel when you investigate. That's a fart.
That's not. It is. It's like
is there an open window? Nah, it's ghost
every
gas.
time. It's like the cold, chill breeze is actually ghost razzing you. But
crop dust and ghost. Forget crop circles.
Okay. That's
okay.
That's I don't tell people what I do. It's like, what do you do? I mean, I have a day job, but in my spare time, I study ghost farts. I'm attempting to build sensors to determine that or not. That was actually my thing the other day. I saw somebody, SparkFun had an IoT module that had a duding skeleton on it. I was like, I'm not going to buy this because I don't have an IoT project in mind. And then I was like, actually, that's what we need. I need little sensors I can leave in places like Waverly that will just be like, does the entity walk down the hall every day at 6:00, whether I'm there or not, being like, yo, you around? You want to jam on theremin? Not today. Got it. Would it beep? But I tell you the other one. Now, this is where I had a convergence of three things that I learned over my pandemic staying at home. That this is where I'm gonna make Adler shatter reality here in a moment.
Oh, no.
Few moments. It's coming because we talked about this before. Let me talk about batteries. Okay, because this is a thing that got me like so hard laying in bed one night when the three things clicked. So I did. This is terrible. I did don't laugh. This is like I'm going to tell you this humiliating thing about me in the entire world right now is I am the one person that had a LinkedIn Prime subscription. I know you're just like, you are the grossest individual right now. But there's a guy, engineer on there named Baron Stone, who I wish I had a name that was cool, because everybody would know my name was Baron Stone multiple times a day if that was my name. Did a real, again for me, like Adler's the real scientist. I could have been a scientist in like 1100. I knew I was really good at science up until about 8th grade. And then when Barbie said math is hard, I actually agree with that. And it's terrible because my mother is a mathematician. Very hard to deal with. I digress. Baron Stone is explaining electricity in really simple layman's terms, and he is talking about batteries, and he is talking about how batteries convert chemical energy into electrical energy. So there's, things are the stuff in the battery is having a chemical reaction, and electrons are about, and they're coming out of the battery, out of the two poles of the battery into our devices, powering our gadgets. Okay. So that was one thing. I was like, okay, well, that's good to know. Like we had to do some math on some of the stuff to pass the course. And I had to do it like 5 times before I got it right, to get the right amount of resistance, recalculating resistance to do stuff in a circuit. So the other thing that happened to me is before the pandemic, I didn't really care about Bigfoot that much. And for some reason, during the pandemic, I got deep into Bigfoot stuff. Like I have consumed almost every Bigfoot documentary that is available on streaming. The Hat comes out, and if you go down the Bigfoot rabbit hole far enough, like I'm just going to be, yes, you have the book where the footprints end. Okay.
It's right here.
Once you're like, it's not a mammal. No. No, there'd be huge. There'd be huge turds. I'm sorry. Like that's just a fact of life. I grew
This
up in
is
the
like
country.
an ecology tool.
No, it's an ecology thing. Okay.
Tool.
Again, okay. You get down into the Bigfoot stuff. You get into Josh Cushion's books, where the footprints end. Also, the guy that did the Sierra Sounds recordings wrote a book a few years ago called The Quantum Bigfoot, which is a little bit, I know, like I can see you laughing because it's very, it's like quantum is one of those great words that's just like, it means like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm going to slap a veneer science on it. But
and then you won't ask me about it.
Yeah. But this dude, like the Sierra Sounds guy was basically talking about how, he has weird Bigfoot stuff. And then I was thinking, this is weird Bigfoot stuff, ghost stuff, UFO stuff. Everybody that goes out with their gadgets has power loss. Everybody, that's another modern archetypal folkloric experience that you go out and I'm like, I'm going to get evidence, like this is going to be the thing, and like your camera dies or the recorder dies or whatever dies. So
the last panel we kept cutting out.
That was Jack's CIA agent, and just we got away with things for like 5 minutes while that guy was getting coffee. Like that whole thing where before it cut out was just his agent walking to the Keurig in the office, putting a pot in, getting a cup, walking back, and be like, oh, they're back on it again. And he's just like flicking the switch like this, just like, that's all that was. That's totally mundane explanation. So I kind of know how batteries work. I know that there's a chemical reaction. I know that electrons are flowing out. I know how electricity works. This is on the on the 6th grade science level. So I'm laying in bed one night. I'm like, what is the phenomena doing to our batteries? Okay, are they just kind of like squishing the electrons? Is somebody just being like, when you pinch off a hose, just be like, electrons are coming out of this? Are they halting the chemical reaction inside the battery? Are they discharging the battery all at once? Because that would be, I feel like maybe not, because we'd have heat. You know, when everybody is like talking about the like, I bought the really bootleg battery from Amazon that I know I shouldn't have got, and then like it exploded. That to me is like, if the battery discharges, that it's got to go somewhere, or somebody, is it getting pulled into the next dimension. But
Right.
it also made me think of Dean Radin. And I read Dean Radin's book, Real Magic, too. And Dean Radin has done classic parapsychology experiments. People, we don't know the mechanism of it. And then I was just like, what if I could telekinetically control an electron? We're laughing, but here, like, this is...
We're getting into influencing of particles.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Makes Adler nervous. Like, you can't influence a particle.
Oh my
What if
god.
I can? But what if I can?
It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this was a thread that happened on Twitter one day, in case people didn't see it. And I had just watched a chemistry seminar, because I'm a responsible grad student. And of course, I immediately just started tweeting this instead of paying attention to whatever was going on. So this is a really interesting idea. And it's actually kind of, not exactly, but a discussion I've had with my PhD advisor. This requires some little bit of context. But my PhD advisor is a physicist, and I'm a physical chemist. I'm not really, but I'm a baby physical chemist. So we have really strange conversations all the time that you don't typically have in science. Things that other scientists are like, no, because other scientists love to know answers. And my PI, his name's Oliver. He's this very tall German man. He doesn't care about knowing answers. He just likes to think. And we were talking one day about how the universe is deterministic, in that you think you have free will, but you really don't. He has studied quantum far past where I've studied. I've studied quantum chemistry, relativity, all kinds of stuff, but I am a baby compared to Oliver. And he's saying, no, the world is deterministic. And so no matter what, if you think you make a choice, you haven't made a choice, it's been made for you. And this is where you get into quantum chemistry and quantum mechanics. And this is where everybody, puts that of like, it's quantum, then they step away because they don't want to talk about it. But I'll talk about it because this is what I study. So basically, quantum mechanics, it just describes the physical properties of matter, of the world around you. And something that I think a lot of people have heard, but maybe don't understand, is that all matter moves in waves and as particles. That there's a wave-particle duality. And so absolutely everything in reality, whether it's energy or matter, including yourself, you all have a wavelength. You move as waves. Absolutely everything moves as waves, and can be described using wave equations. And so when you think about something like an electron, that's about where you start in quantum mechanics, is you start with electron, nothing else, because it gets too complicated too quickly. But the idea behind this is you have the Schrodinger equation, which I'm sure a lot of people have heard about, Schrodinger's cat. It describes a single particle. And if you solve for that wave equation, there's this thing called a wave function. You can see there's a lot of technical terms in here, but there's a wave function. And in that wave function, for every single particle that exists in space-time reality, it contains all of the knowable information of that particle. And that means everything it's doing right now, every single physical property that you can measure, everything right now, everything in the past, and everything in the future. So you could predict what that particle is going to do, where it's going to be, what else it's going to be touching and influencing at any point along the timeline. And so in that way, Oliver and I were having this discussion. The universe is deterministic because every single atom in you, like mine, are affecting now Mira and Jason, right? Ours are interconnected now, right? And that all came about because of whatever, the pandemic, and right? So every little thing that has led to this moment, everything has influenced it. and will continue on like that. Everybody watching now, all of our particles are now kind of influencing each other. So, whether you like it or not. And so in a way, everything's deterministic, and you can solve for this thing as you go. You can solve for any electron. And so in theory, if we were smart enough, I know I'm certainly not, you could predict what a person is going to do, the exact thought they're going to have, the action they're going to take, the inaction that, they're not going to do, any stupid thing they do, any really great achievement. You can predict all of it for as long as you want, right? You can look at absolutely anything and know it for certain using quantum mechanics, in theory. Again, in theory. I feel like I should put a disclaimer on this, don't take what I say and then go make a Travel Channel show, like Schrodinger's Ghost or Spooky Action in the Basement or something. What I say, I'm like a baby chemist, but this is the understanding that we have right now, is that you can know everything for certain using quantum mechanics. But when you think about this battery thing that Jason's talking about as he's dying in the corner.
I'm sorry. Spooky Action in the Basement coming in 2023 on the Travel Channel. That's another shirt. Continue on. That was just.
Oh my gosh. But so when you think about this thing with the batteries, and I don't have an understanding of magic, but this is something Jason was talking about when I talked about this, especially in this little Twitter thing that we were having. When you're talking about an electron, there's this idea, there's two options. One of them can be true, both of them cannot be true. Either it's deterministic, where that electron knew it was going to move, so you're sitting there and you're trying to influence this electron. It's well, I knew you were going to do that anyway, and so it just does it because it was supposed to happen anyway, and you just associate that you just did that, right? But it was meant to happen, right? It was supposed to happen anyway. So that's an option, and that's the scientific, we're yes, that's what happens. The other option, which is much stranger, which sort of has gotten me thinking for a very long time, this is what I've been talking to myself in the car on the way, to go do science and stuff, is what if we were able to manipulate just one quantum state of a subatomic particle? Because if you were to just manipulate the spin of an electron, just that, if you were able to do that, that would have a massive butterfly effect. Now, it wouldn't necessarily look like suddenly you change the spin and then, a comet hits whatever, like the moon or something, right? It's not going to be something drastic, but something where you put an intention to this thing and you fundamentally changed your reality to get some result that you wanted, which Jason was saying is sort of at the fundamentals of magic. Again, I have no understanding of that because I only heard of magic in this last year because I'm a nerd, but so there's this idea that if you could, using your mind, using intention, just change a single electron or even just one quark inside of a proton or a neutron, right? Just one tiny little subatomic particle that could influence absolutely everything. Because like I said, now all my particles are tied to Mira, Jason, everyone watching, everybody I've interacted with before this, everything gets affected, absolutely everything. You are connected to absolutely every single thing that exists in this universe. We truly are made of stars. We all came from the Big Bang. So, and really before that. So, there's this idea of if you could change one little subatomic particle, what does that mean? It blows my mind, especially as somebody who studies quantum mechanics, and I'm saying origins of life and thinking about origins of consciousness. This is a huge mind-blowing thing where if you could scientifically test this, which I don't know how you could, because again, it might look like it's deterministic when really you did change it. It's very hard to tell, but it is this incredible just thought experiment just to think about this stuff.
Yeah.
And where it came from was, I know I'm following a lot of magicians from various disciplines on Twitter. And I know there's actual practicing magicians, witches, etc., in the audience right now. And the one person I was following was really talking about. I know there's debate on whether kind of what Adler was saying earlier, is magic a tool to access our other layers of our mind. And basically, this one magician was this is real. I am not this is not a psychological construct. Like, I've experienced this. I have spoken with these entities. I've influenced like the course of like a storm system. I've done this stuff. And somebody asked them, would they do it in the lab? And they were like, yeah, but it's also going to be one of those things that kind of like the old 60% of the time it works every time type of deal. And they were also talking before in another thread about how if you're a serious practicing magician, you kind of take a scientific approach to it because you don't know why it works 60% of the time. So you're really trying to control your variables. You're really trying to be like, I'm going to do the thing the same way. And this is more of a ceremonial magic paradigm, doing the same ritual to get the same result. But that really made me think about it, because I tend to think of, going back to the lens thing, my mind is trash, and I don't know if that's true of any of you in the audience, but it really is. I have a lot of difficulty meditating. I have a lot of difficulty focusing. I need tools. I need a lens. I need to focus. And when you're talking about at the very kind of baseline of this, we're focusing our wills, and this is kind of the strange action part of it, on creating this change through, and this, some energy we don't understand. Science disregards it, witches are just like, yeah, we know. But where all this to me is going is, if you could understand it better, even through understanding science on that, what would that make you better magician? I don't know.
Yeah, I had like an offshoot thought of that.
Yeah.
Where, like maybe we don't necessarily need to understand it completely, but for those that do, they might, function, use it better. And I was just thinking, it seems sort of like a disconnected thought, but when I was in college getting my bachelor's, I took a lot of philosophy. And I had a professor that talked about, things that we can know and like how we get meaning out of understanding and that sort of thing. And he brought up this really good point. I really love this analogy where it's like, when you think about like a hand, right? If you go to like medical school, you'll see like those models with the chopped off, hand at the wrist, and you see all the muscles and the bones, and you learn how absolutely everything interacts, and you can pull little strings, and you can see how things, move and function together, and you learn about the ion channels and how certain receptors in the brain make certain things move, and you become an expert on this when you're in medical school, right? Now, to a typical person like us, that's not how we understand a hand, right? We look at that and we're like, what the hell is that? We understand a hand by, throwing a ball to our friend, or writing a letter, or playing an instrument. Like, that's how we understand a hand. We don't need to understand it this way in order to do anything with it. But there are people out there who do understand it to that level. So they have that understanding that we have of, writing, painting, doing things with our hands.
Understanding versus like a scientific molecular understanding, I guess.
Exactly. So like they have the same meaning-wise understanding of a hand and all that it can do, just like we all do. But then they have this additional understanding that they had to work insanely hard to achieve, but they have that extra. And so maybe not everybody can achieve that. But then they understand it better. They can fix it if something goes wrong. They understand, they understand things that we simply can't understand, just because they have a different view of that hand because they've seen all the ins and outs of it. And so we don't necessarily need to understand everything in terms of technology, paranormal magic, but there are those who do, or those who are working towards that, and they'll have a deeper understanding of it, even though we all have the same practical knowledge of that thing.
Yeah.
And I think over time, kind of like, there was once a point where you couldn't buy a radio. Like, only a certain number of people, like Marconi and Edison and Tesla and a few other people, they could build one. But then it's like, now, same thing. It's kind of like whatever Frank did in Frank's boxes, now we have mass-produced consumer ghost boxes. we can buy. So to some point, through that understanding, does magic become more of a technology? Like, was it Asimov
Yeah.
that said that?
Is it the same thing? Like, that's another question that I know we were talking about, like with electricity and like feeling static, like you get the chills when you do investigations or anything. Pull tarot cards sometimes. You get the chills. Like, it's like, what does electricity have to do with all of it too? And again, the same with like the batteries dying and just all of that. Oh, my mind is still blown just by all of the things that we're talking about right now. I just
Well, we
Yeah.
also have to talk about we're talking about, we're going to circle back to Frank's box
yeah.
and talk about the quantum chemistry implications of what the Hellier crew might have been told as everybody's trying to build new Frank's box.
Yeah, that's an abstract thought.
Well, what you were saying though, and kind of like I saw somebody in chat saying, UTs aren't bound by time, so certainly if it is deterministic, and I don't know how to say they're aware of it, but it's like, yeah, it's all happening at once. I've heard it said that time is just a perception that our meat suits are kind of governed by. I don't know. That's hard for me to think of.
Yeah.
But I want you to, if you talk about what your conclusion was on
Oh
the
boy.
on the Hellier crew and the.
I saw that note about the time. We can get into the rock and all that stuff and
Are we getting you?
in a minute. But yeah, I saw that whole
Okay.
time thing. And there's that idea when you think about quantum, things aren't bound by time. Time is a measure of, it's a way for us to see entropy. Entropy in the universe is always increasing. There's more and more disorder as you go along. And time, it moves forward because that's how you see it, right? Or that's how we judge time. It's like, as a building falls, you only see it fall. You never see it spontaneously go back up. And so to us, that's a forward motion in time. There was, when I learned in relativity, time sort of moves in this weird spiraling effect, where we think it's linear, but it's more like, a spiral is a line. Like it's moving forward, but you can sort of circle back on it. You can jump in between different parts potentially. Again, all theoretical. Don't take what I say as anything. And the idea with this whole deterministic, even if it is deterministic, like I said, you can get information from past, present, future. So you can move backwards all you want. Like you can just access that previous information if you want to. And so time is something that I think that you can move along. I don't think it is you have to move forward. You can jump backward, you can go forward. Whether that's a frequency thing and you're accessing different frequencies, which I think a lot of things are just slight alterations in frequency, since everything does move in waves. So that whole time thing, I don't think they're bound by time, but I don't think we are either. I think that our meat suits are, right, biologically, chemically, of course. But there's that aspect of, well, who are we? Like, what is making my conscious different from these two, right? What is that? The idea with the phenomena, if it's not a biological thing, right? It's not a physical thing that can degrade and age over time, but it seems like it's this intelligent thing. I think it was Nate who said on Hellier, what if reality is conscious? I really love that idea of, reality could be this conscious thing, and that is what travels a long time. And you can do that all you want if you're conscious, if you're able to access that. So I think that whole time thing is, I think we bind ourselves to time. I don't think that, time is really something. I think it's just sort of like, oh, look, like I've trapped you. And it's like, no, you haven't. But a lot of people believe that it does. In terms of the quantum and Hellier thing, I think that you guys were talking about too with some of your experiments and what was coming through for you on spirit boxes and things. And Greg and Dana talking about, their Frank's box, and they have something coming through telling them to build a new box, and it's talking about different signals that need to be incorporated into this box. And I don't want to say too much on this because this is not my story to be told, but I've done sort of stuff too with Spirit Box and my friends, and I've gotten similar things talking about signals from underground. And sort of what I have gotten from my own stuff and just seeing what other people have gotten, they seem to be similar in a way. Like, I'm not saying they're the same. It might not be the same story. It might just be a coincidence. You never know. But at least in my own experience in the woods with my friend, when we would do these Spirit Box sessions, it would say, like, there are memories underground. There are memories underground. And I thought that was very interesting because it's sort of like a reference to this. What I study in particular as a chemist, again, origin of life, but I'm studying the geochemical potential origins of life. And that all life on Earth probably started from rock-water interactions. Very simple reactions that happen at the bottom of the ocean. And so there's this idea to me, as I've thought about this more and more, that the real differentiating factor between something that is quote unquote inorganic and organic is not so much the chemistry, because the chemistry is the same. We don't have a good definition of what life is. There really isn't one. I'm trying to find one. There simply isn't one. That difference appears to be something more in the line of consciousness, right? Some kind of concentrated energy where it's not physical, but it's this other thing that we don't understand, right? Like consciousness, I have no idea what it is. I don't have the first thoughts of what it is, but it seems to be intrinsically tied to what I study, in that the origin of living things seems to be tied to this origin of consciousness as well. And if that's true, again, these are things that are stored in waves. Reality moves in waves. Absolutely everything moves in waves. And those things can get recorded. I mean, you see waves recorded in a simple, example, waves on the beach. That's the memory of the wave patterns. Clouds in the sky, you can see the memories of waves on there. Your own writing, if you write a letter, that's a memory of your own waves, right? They look a little different, but that's a recording of your waves. Fossils are another example of a memory of a wave, right? It's a dinosaur, one of the cooler waves, but it's a wave and it's a recording, it's a memory. And that goes down all the way, to me, to hydrogen. I like to think of, what does hydrogen remember? I'd like to think of those as little entities. What is its memories? They're recorded in its wave functions. And through these weird experiments I've had, and watching, Greg and Dana's streams, and hearing what other people have gotten from the Frank's box, and saying that you need to pull the memories from underground. And you think about where this weird phenomenon happens, places like the Appalachian Mountains, the oldest mountain chains on Earth, they're older than bones. They come from the bottom of the ocean. These places where life literally could have originated from. It could have been on the same rock as it's in those deep mountain caves. And you think about that, and to me, it's suggesting to pull the memory from those places, to pull it from those rocks, to play the memories that are in those actual physical stones. I don't know how you would do that, but to me, that's what has been coming through in my own experiments. It's like, yeah, play the memories from the rocks, like from underground, from the beginning.
Same here. Let the noise out is like,
let the noise out.
Something that it said to me. It's like split it. So I don't know if there's a way to like split. How could we like split a rock per se?
And that's the thing, is like it's the medium through which it's recorded. Much like I was saying, sand records waves, and the clouds, you can see the waves. I don't know how you would pull those memories. Like, I don't know how to do that, but that's what it's asking for. And mine's been like, I want to hear myself back. We're like, that's like memories. Like, I want to hear myself back. Play it back.
So, I just had a thought too of like, if you split, like, it just makes me think of splitting atoms. And so when you do that, like having to get a nuclear reaction or whatever, and we can get into their interest in nuclear stuff.
Oh yeah.
Is there like a sound that happens when that happens? I mean, I guess there would be, because anything can be a sound if it's a wave.
Yeah. So splitting atoms is something else. Shooting any kind of atom into each other is something else. They've created tiny little black holes in the particle accelerator doing that. Obviously, you create new, very unstable elements that have all sorts of very strange chemical properties. They only last for like a fraction of a second, but all of it's very, very interesting. I don't know. I really don't. I just think it's interesting that we all get the same sort of thing. And, for me, it was very strange to pop into this conversation right when I'm starting this line of research. It's basically the same thing. And it's like, oh, look, maybe you can look at ghosts, ghosts, the phenomena, whatever you want to call it. Watch me cite that in my PhD defense in a few years.
And so, how they take waves and make it into pictures? That's like, I feel like that's television, right?
Transferring frequency into a different frequency that we can observe more clearly.
I wonder if we can take these waves, like these memories from the particles, and make them into a picture somehow and see like what.
Yeah, it's like, how do you do that, right? Because to me, because it's my favorite thought experiment of, I'm one of those scientists of a growing number that don't believe the Big Bang was the origin. I think there was something before that. And we're all born of hydrogen, and I have this idea. It's like, well, there's a memory implanted in that wave function I was talking about earlier of the hydrogen atoms themselves. And if you could learn how to play that as a memory, like you play a record, you could see the history from before, where we came from before. Like maybe we're in a black hole and that shows it ripping through space-time and creating the singularity that we now exist in or something, right? If we can play that memory from the wave function, quantum mechanics, like it really is just math, then what would we be able to see? And you could translate that signal into something visual or audible or something like that. I don't know how you do that because I'm simply not that smart.
Well,
we need to figure that out.
But that's another kind of thing that I was thinking as you were discussing that. And apparently, if you accept all this, the UTs think that we can do this with like a $300 order from DigiKey. And just, it's like, hold on, I'm going to really quickly fire up my circuit design program and get my credit card out and decode the history of all time. Right. No problem. I mean, that's kind of...
I think we truly have the ability to make whatever it is because we have, I don't know, we have so much other technology. I mean,
yeah, to me, it's almost like I feel like I'm wrecked to even think about it because at some point I feel like knowing too much limits you, right? So where I'm like, oh, it's the quantum state and the rock, you have to pull, and I'm like, it's done. Like, it's just, I'm now past that point of being able to do anything. Like sometimes knowing less about something allows you to build around what you see, and then maybe it works, and then you start to understand it at that next level. But once you already get there, suddenly you're like, oh, well, now this is impossible. Like now it's too hard. I'm not even going to try because you've just overcomplicated it in your brain. And so you cannot let yourself access the simpler solution.
And there again, like we go back to the whole aspect where like look at it from the childhood way of thinking about it too.
Yeah, I think that's super important. Like a lot of us had experiences as children and we're like, that's just how the world is. Like it's this fun, magical place. Like, I think one of my more significant paranormal experiences happened when I was a kid and I had no reference for it until literally this year. And then it was like, now if I was back there, I'd be like, oh no, it's just whatever. Right? Like it's sort of that like childlike wonder sense I think is important. Having fun with it. I think that's really important because as soon as you take it too seriously, as soon as you overanalyze it, it's like, okay.
Mm-hmm. And it's like we want to analyze it, but not to the point where we're not having fun.
You don't want to limit yourself. Like it shouldn't be a limiting thing. It should be something that you have fun with it, you play in it, you try to learn along the way, you have fun with learning. But at no point are you just like, this is too hard or this is too complicated or now I know this, so this can't be true. Like as soon as you lock yourself in any box at any point, and I'm speaking as a scientist who has locked themselves in box at many points along the way, as soon as you lock yourself in one way of thinking, you've lost.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's it.
Yeah.
Well, I think that is also why it's good for us to come together like this and kind of why I like this panel, because we're all into this on kind of the same level, on the meta level, but our knowledge and experience is really different. Mira has got a lot of mystical experience. You've got a lot of scientific background. I've got technical experience. You know, it's a really interesting combination. And I totally agree with you. And I just want to know because I think it's fun. I want to know, but I mean that's kind of how I look at it. Like I have to go like I want to know if ghosts are farting on me.
Yeah, like
Like that's just
literally, yeah, that's literally me too. It's like I want to, like, why am I looking into if I didn't want to know something, I wouldn't be getting a PhD in something, right? To then spend the rest of my life being a nerd. Like, you know, very much relate where it's like, I want to know. Like, I'll never know the origins of life, but I want to know. Right? Like,
yeah, we can never know for sure, but let's try and
let's go along.
Let's
I
build
just
things, like listen to our dreams and listen to what comes out of the spirit boxes and what we all have to say. And
like I at the very least in the next couple of years would like to build some paranormal investigating gear that's shielded. You know, you can build stuff that's shielded from outside electrical interference. Give it to people. Go see if you get messed with. That would tell me something. That's just like, yeah, they don't. That shielding means nothing. Or if it's like, yeah, they don't get through that real easily. That would tell me a lot, and it would just be interesting. I don't even know what I would do with it. I'm not necessarily looking to be like up yours, UTs. I gotcha. Built the thing, can't get into. But it's just so many things happen. That's what it is to me. So many things happen, and it just becomes part of the folklore. It's like you go out and your batteries die. I'm like, why do your batteries die? Send your batteries to a lab. I want to open your batteries up and see what the chemical state of them is.
yeah,
right
we
now.
need to do that. If we gotta start, if anyone in the audience knows anyone who can analyze batteries like that, we need to figure out how we can
I feel like that
testing more.
I was thinking about that, and it's like, I don't know if you'd be able to take it because the battery is just going to be either it's all in the, you know, right now my brain is forgetting exactly which way it works in its drain. It goes in the cathode or the anode, but the battery is going to look the same no matter what, right? There's going to like, it's drained.
Yeah.
Like, thanks. But
well, even just that, like I'm saying, like, is it drained or do they just be like no electrons and just like
yeah, and
squeeze it
so it's
off?
like, did it stop the flow or did it like fully discharge? But even then, that's not going to tell you exactly what happens. I feel like you would need to set up a battery and then monitor it from the outside and see, is it static? Is it cold? Right? Is it, you know, like your favorite ionizing radiation? Like when you get that static feeling, the ions, if that can ionize in your battery enough, it will mess with the chemical states and that battery is going to malfunction. Whether it discharges completely, if that static charge is the right positive, negative, and is able to just make that battery drain, or if it just confuses the ions and they go back to where they started, or if it's cold and they simply cannot achieve their chemical potential because they just stop, right? Not enough kinetic energy. I think it'd be better to monitor from the outside what's happening to the battery than to take the battery into somebody.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, here we're figuring it out live, streaming on the internet, the right way to do this, because
I wish we could build something as a group, but each of us, you know, has to ask. We could all just do like a group investigation over Zoom. Everyone gets on some sort of spirit box and everyone is designated a part that they need to provide. And we all need to put it together and see what happens.
Oh my gosh. This would be really fun.
Yeah.
It would be. At the very least, we'd have something truly entertaining from it. Even if it was just a very like Rube Goldberg apparatus.
Honestly, it's going to be something ridiculous. It's going to be a vast practical joke, and it's going to be the most incredible thing.
And it's going to like solve some, you know, world issue.
You'd hope, or it's going to be a really imposing and just make strange noises.
I would say it's going to be like a whoopee cushion is really what they're going to give us.
I didn't want to. I feel like I didn't want to make the same joke over and over again, but that's what I just pictured something.
This is
really,
rock farts. This is a very serious panel about not rock
like,
farts, ghost farts.
It just gave us the ability to
ghost
smell the ghost farts.
Just like really, some kind of like really imposing device, and it's like, all right, we're all collectively we're gonna plug it in. It's got power. It's clean power, and you press the button and it farts, and it's just like they got us. They absolutely got us. That's just
Exactly.
that's
I'd be
all I would
okay
want.
with that.
Yeah. You know, like Harlow the vampire, maybe he'll come through and give us some weird.
well, that goes back to the thing. If it's like, again, to be fun, it's like, play me some vampire jazz from Saturn, buddy. I want to hear it. You got the theremin, got the whole thing set up.
We gotta start with the theremin, like, for
I
sure. Gotta set that outside and be like, come, go set it by your what was it? Deflated beach ball in your
Well,
fence.
that was what Mara's talking about is, I know a lot of people, we are sort of still the echoes of Hellier have brought us together. And for me, I know a lot of people had balloon experiences. And I'm of two minds on that, because there's one part of me that's like, I didn't get a balloon because I didn't. And there's another part of me that's like, well, those are pretty common. Like, just because you see them doesn't mean you're like initiated into the thing. You have there's like a kids party up the street that like a balloon got loose, but I got a beach ball for some reason, and I don't live near the beach, so
I love that.
I had a beach ball right on the edge of my property. That's just like this deflated beach ball that I'm just like, what is that? It's like really colorful in the stuff. So
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
I love that. Yeah, see, I was very much the same. Where like I
Yeah.
saw balloons everywhere because like I used to pick up trash, in the woods as people do, and I always found balloons. And then, of course, eventually found Hellier. Never saw balloons ever. Like even if I was looking for them, never ever saw them. And I was like you, I was like, okay, whatever. I don't get a balloon. I probably would just think it's trash anyway. And I remember there was one time where I had a string of weirdness. I've had very strange synchronicities over the past year, and one time I had this very, very strange dream, and I was like, whatever, I'm just going to go take a drive and just ignore all of that because it was too much. And I drove into the woods chaotically. And at one point I had to turn around because I realized I'm in Tallahassee. I almost went up into Georgia, and it's like, I don't feel like going to Georgia today. And so I turned around, and when I turned around, I ended up at this stop sign, and I look over, and there was a silver star balloon. And I was like, okay, whatever. It's a silver star. I'm like, whatever. It's in the middle of the woods. It was tied to somebody's fence. I was like, weird, but I was like, it's not a blue star. It's just a star, whatever. So then I drove to the next intersection. Again, I'm in the middle of the woods. There's nobody around. Like, this is the swamp town, USA, right? And I'm like an hour outside of Tallahassee. So there's just national forests and stuff. So I saw the silver star. I kind of laughed, and I was like, whatever. I drove up the road, and the next little thing, literally like 20 seconds up the road, I look over, and there was a sign, a little like politician sign sort of deal. It was ripped at the corner, and the name that was left was Adler. My name isn't Adler.
I remember you talking about this.
Yeah, so my name isn't Adler. Like, that's my online thing. It's not my name. Like, it's a future middle name, but that's not my name. Like, only internet friends know me by that. It's not something I think about super often, but it was like, I saw his balloon. I was like, okay, funny, after this weird dream. And it was like, okay, fine. And then just stop. And it's like, no, here's your name in the middle of the woods right after you saw a star balloon. It was like, this is ridiculous. And, of course, I didn't see one for a very long time. The next time I saw balloons, I was going to visit another friend who I'd met through Hellier. Celeste, if any of you follow her on social media, I was going to pick up some kitties to babysit, and there were like 20 blue star balloons right on the highway before I got on. And it was like, that's dumb.
Like, I'm on the right path.
Yeah. And then like literally, like, I never have blue star balloons, and I had one. The Savannah Paracon was supposed to happen a few weeks ago, right? And on the day that, they were supposed to be the main event, I saw a blue star balloon, and it was like, this is just dumb. Like, this is just, I see the balloons as like this fun thing, but it's always like, they could be nothing, but like, they're just sort of this fun thing, that happens.
Yeah. If it gets your attention, I always just, think about it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you my fun one that was weird. I have a lot of dreams where I am in um, a reality that's a lot like the reality that I think exists, but just more so or something. One of the places I go to the mall in my dreams, some of you are like, wow, exciting. Um, it's the same mall. In the mall, there's a store that sells old electronics. It's like if a Radio Shack went out of business, and the guy that was like the local guy just bought it and kept it open forever. And I had a dream where I had a dream met a dream person. Nobody's come to me and ever been like, I went to the mall with this weird dream guy, and we went to this crappy electronics store. But I bought a radio in the store that was some kind of like remaindered, like we wanted to capitalize on the X-Files type of thing. It was like listen to secret broadcasts and number stations and stuff. But the funny thing about it was that the radio had a flashlight in it. And I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of neat. I had bought the little S-Box guy quite a while ago, and I never used it. And I was just kind of like, I don't know, I'm just not using this thing. Like, it's just not a thing. And then after I tweeted about that dream, because I do tweet about my dreams a lot, you know, I had a makeout session disrupted by the time elevator a couple nights back. That was really just like, what the heck? But when I had the first dream, and Mara was like, oh, I need to talk to you about this stuff. I got this out, and it has a flashlight on it. I'm sorry, that was really.
What just happened with the video?
That was it got a little too bright. I was just trying to turn the flash on. But my actual radio.
Oh my God, they're here.
No. The CIA guys logged off. This is not interesting to them.
Talk about quantum. They're not.
No, they're done. They're done. But I'd had this for a long time and never even realized it had the light on it. And then I was just like, oh man.
Yeah, I'm convinced dreams are their own kind of technology. Like that dream I had before I saw the star balloon and the sign was basically saying that I need to use quantum mirrors to open up doorways in mountains. So
that is awesome. Mm-hmm. That is like, I feel like there's an awesome, even if you don't do it, if your actual path diverges, you could become like a prog rock musician, and there's like an epic prog metal album about like quantum doorways in the mountains, like a concept thing.
Oh my goodness.
That could come out of that.
One other thing I want to talk about is like we get into technology and then like shufflemancy, where you turn on like what music should I listen to and that sort of thing, and like the sort of the synchronicities that happen like on social media, and thinking about something and you see a commercial later, and or you think about a song and you hear it. I feel like this is all as well sort of the technology and the phenomenon stuff. It's little stuff like that you know,
that's funny. And I did have one of those the other day, and I can't remember what it was, but I was thinking about something really stupid and obscure, which is typical for me. And then somebody tweeted about it, and I was like, you know, the meme pointing guys, that was both of me. I was just like,
oh yeah.
But it was like just like random things, like just be sitting there like thinking, you know, that does happen. It is weird when you're just like thinking, like, you remember when Hole covered what did they cover? Gold Dust Woman for the Crow 2 soundtrack. Everybody forgot about that. And then somebody will tweet about it, and you're just like,
yeah. And
it's because our particles are. I apologize in advance for my particles, but that's what it is.
No, can apologize for our particles. Whatever, it's fine. But no, I think that's super interesting, where it's like you're tapping into this subconscious, like this thing where if you're like conscious is or reality is conscious, like in dreams too, I feel like you tap into the state, and I feel like I've heard enough people who are like, yeah, you can tap into this. And it's just this stream where we all, you know, there's gonna be people thinking about, you know, maybe there's these times where it's like they're thinking of that, you're thinking of that, and say it. Like I do it all the time with like my family, where it's like we'll just suddenly be thinking of the same movie quote. Like neither of us are saying anything. Like I live with my brother and we'll blurt out the same dumb thing, right? It's like, there's no reference
that
to it.
even going back to the subconscious thing, though, I have another weird one that I just remembered on that. Sorry, Mir, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say too, then we have like algorithms and all that stuff that picks up what we type in, but then when the stuff comes up that you didn't say out loud, because it, you know, if it's listening, you didn't say it out loud, you didn't say it to anyone, you just thought it and it pops up and you're like, what in the world? And then too, I wonder, like, I sort of feel like the brain accesses consciousness and it's just like one big thing and we just get a little bit of like it's us, but we're still, and we can take that and we still have the ability to like access all of it to, I don't know, remote view sort of, I guess.
Yeah, it's all like accessible, but it's just one abstraction away from us.
And if we can also access, like, again, with the time and everything, if it's predetermined and all the waves is like, so if we can, I guess, time travel into our memories in the past, why can't we go forward? Like, is any of this, we are thinking about it because we know in the future that it's going to happen or we're going to see it sort of thing too.
Yeah, like a retro causality.
Yeah, like if we can pull things from the past, why can't we from the future? And I think because it time is not as linear, and I really feel like this sort of thing does happen. You know, if we, because I have dreams all the time where things will happen and it'll happen later, and it's like, so am I just know everything already that I'm gonna do forever. I'm just seeing it.
Because I don't know if Kyle's still with us, but Kyle I know does HemiSync a lot, and I got into doing HemiSync, the Monroe Institute's audio stuff, and there's a bunch of HemiSync stuff called Human Plus, and one of them is like you listen to this and then you get the answer that you need. So a weird thing. You know, I showed you my Elecom radio. Okay, so I built this, and I built it down. My work table is downstairs, and I'm upstairs with the computer, and I in the control room, and I'm pretty careful. Like I feel like I wrecked a few things when I was building them, because I didn't practice like good anti-static procedure. So I have like an anti-static mat. I'm grounding myself on a wristband. A couple things I probably fried, and I carried this thing upstairs and it stopped working. And this bugged me, and eventually I just kind of let it go. So I'm doing the one HemiSync H plus thing that was the answer that this is like the answer that you need. I'm expecting something like incredibly profound for this. Like I'm sitting there and you do this deep relaxation. You have, maybe it is pink noise. There's a static component to it. And the thing that pops in my mind is the sentence, "It's not broken, it's on the back." And I'm like, great, that's, you're expecting I'm expecting profound insight, and this is what I get. And I don't know what this means at all. And I think for about 3 weeks, I was just like, whatever, whatever universe, whatever. And then I was just like, all right, I'm really frustrated that this doesn't work. I'm going to check it out. And then when I picked it up, I turned it over and I realized that the battery terminal was loose. It's not broken. It's on the back. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. Retro causality. My subconscious solving that problem the entire time and then needing HemiSync to access it. I have no idea, but it's very cool. I really like HemiSync. The HemiSync total relaxation thing is about the most relaxed I've ever been doing any kind of relaxation, like hootenanny thing.
Yeah.
That isn't just, like a lot of that stuff. I'm kind of like, that's legit though.
I feel that way, like binaural beats is something that I've been listening to lately. That too is like the theta. I was talking about, I didn't do it last time we did an experiment, but listening to that before we sit down and get on the spirit box, if we all like listen to the same resonance or frequency or whatever, we'll all get into like the same frame of mind, I guess. Is that something? But then to just also generally speaking, like that, they help me as well. I've had some interesting experiences. I had one listening to gamma, I think it was 40 hertz. I listened to it and I think I'd been listening to beats for like a week, swapping between theta and gamma. And I listened to the gamma one. I had like a realization about something in my childhood when I was looking at a picture, and it just set off this whole like emotional roller coaster. And as I would like finally calm, the session like ended, and it was the most bizarre thing ever. So it's what is the technology doing? What can that, how can, I don't know how to say it.
I kind of wonder if it's just like allowing, again, because like what we were talking about earlier, like with a childlike sense of wonder, like you wouldn't need technology to access, you know, a lot of these sort of things because the world is magical and it's enchanted. And as you get older, it becomes just like very starkly unenchanted, right? Like, I mean, people just kind of beat that out of you, especially depending on what career path you decide to go down. And so suddenly, you know, you've blocked all of that out. And so I think this technology allows us, especially, you know, now I think for someone like me, it sort of re-enchants that world, and having conversations like this re-enchants it. And so then that technology allows you to start accessing it. And as you keep going, maybe you need less and less technology because now you're starting to have that holistic view of the world, which it's not just this physical world, but there's something else to it, right? This phenomena, these other frequencies, right? We're just one wave among many. And so I think, you know, if we can bring that wonder and that, you know, sort of magic back into everything, we'd be able to access that. And so technology is the lens, the tool that allows the limiting parts of our brains that have been developed by society. It's the lens that allows us to look back into that and to, you know, imagine what it would be like. And then through imagining, maybe we can actually enter back into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting back to basics in the age of technology.
So I'm going to say we got the 6-minute warning.
We got a few minutes left to go.
I'm going to try to sum this up. Let's learn about what our technology is a little bit. I have this this is like the level. I love this book. This is Getting Started in Electronics, and I like it because I don't know if you can see this, but all the electrons that are moving have little happy faces, and that's at the level I need to approach that stuff at. Let's think about our tools. Think about how, going with what Liminal Earth said, they were on re-enchanting the world. Part of the ecology. I think they're on the organic side. We're on a little bit on the inorganic. If you are doing hemi-sync, meditating, talking to the UTs, if you want to help us out, ask them how we talk to rocks. That's at the very least.
How do we get the sound out of it?
How do we get a sound out of a rock?
And send a message to, you can email us. That's another thing too. You can email us, PanParacon at Gmail. We've got a little email picture thingy icon on the website too. You can just click that and it'll send us a message.
You can
let us know.
You can yell at me on Twitter if you like. I'm terminally online. It's very bad for me.
Me too.
Try not to be. It's hard, but you know.
What else? Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah.
We got a couple minutes left, and then we have astrology next, right? We're at 4:00. We
have coming up next. We have. I am proud to say my astrologer and some of our Madeline Kelly is coming up. Astrology 101 with Art Bell's chart, and that's going to be exciting. I am so excited for that. I have to quick run to the little euphonauts room and try to like scarf down a donut or something and just get back to my chair for that, because that is going to be a fantastic.
Oh God, we need someone with a Cricut machine to like make vinyl stickers for us we can put on our bathroom doors.
Kyle is talking about doing group hemi-sync. I am totally up for that in the future.
Yeah, we've got to just do experiments.
Yeah, we have to do more experiments. I understand. Like, I'm glad we're doing this. My heart has been filled this entire thing. These are like, y'all are great people, audience, panelists. I'm fighting off a sinus infection, and I know like we're talking about like life get disenchanting, but we are doing the utmost we can, being safe during the pandemic and re-enchanting the world. And then someday this is all over, we can meet at Mothman's butt in Point Pleasant and all high five
and rip a hole in space and time.
Yes, I would like to mess with quantum mechanics by Mothman's ass. That is my only dream. That's how I found all of you. I tweeted about Mothman's ass, and then this all happens.
It's true. Mothman's ass is an incredibly powerful symbolic totem for the entire group. I actually feel like I'll be conferred with power if I touch it in person. Some kind of...
The statue will disintegrate while I'll absorb its power.
No, that's...
I do want to talk about, too, the link that Mortalis yesterday, it was Fund the Funeral, right? I want to bring that up again. That's something that, if you're able to, like, donate a little bit, because really, death affects us all. I don't know how else to say it. And, yeah.
And unfortunately, in a capitalist society, it's actually expensive to die. So check that out.
Yeah, hit the tip jar for our speakers too. You
could get a ghost fart shirt, and
get a ghost fart shirt.
Also, some of that money is going. We all, Mayor Vanessa and I did this out of pocket. So if we break even, then the rest of it will go into the speaker fund or towards.
So just charities.
Fund a funeral, whatever we're doing. We've done, remember Vanessa did Trans Lifeline with the Grundy shirts. So I kind of expected. Yeah, no, those are really good. I feel like that's it too. Everybody, if we make it to Mothman's ass, wear your Grundy Black Me shirt. That's like, get that done. You know.
Only the cool kids have a shirt.
Well, that's like, thanks. Yes.
Isn't there a ghost fart shirt?
There's a ghost fart shirt now up in the...
I created one during your presentation.
Oh man!
It says, "Are ghosts farting on us?
We
Ask
need
important questions." PanParacon 2020.
We can have somebody that will do. We need a bathroom sign that just says euphonauts too. I'm gonna work on that.
That'd be so great. When I was little, I literally told people I wanted to be a euphanaut when I grew up. So, you want to be an astronaut? I'm like, no. When you go somewhere else, you're a euphanaut.
Yes. Amazing.
Totally.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. Any questions from the group, or are we all just? I have a lot.
I've just seen a lot of love, which is really great.
Amazing.
all of these things, like yesterday's stuff was so like profound and informative that I was just up late thinking about it.
Yeah, we were all messaging, and it was like.
Yeah.
I know. I'm like, what kind of dreams are we gonna have? What ended up happening for me is I had a really strange synchronicity with something else about a dream I had 25 years ago. So I figure it fulfilled what needed.
You got the message you needed, right?
Because time doesn't exist. It might as well be a dream now if I can still vividly remember it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh. All right, Adler, we can let you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
you are amazing.
You're amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing this.
Little nerd. Very, very shocked when you guys asked me to join.
I'm not telling you how to look at yourself, but like to me, you are like a real scientist studying a fascinating aspect of the origin of the universe, and you are a legit cryptozoologist because you have the hat.
Yes.
So
Yeah, that confers
you
authority.
Prerequisite hat.
So
you
yeah.
uh, um you
Can we get
belong.
hats with stuff on it? Like
I
a
Oh,
don't know.
squirrel?
pop into
Oh my
Teespring and see if
gosh.
I can have
But
hats for us.
Adler, you are like legit, and I value your voice and contribution on the Twitter in general, and especially coming onto this panel. Absolutely, it's just
I
like
appreciate you all. You've made my life
yes,
weird and wonderful and helped me survive the pandemic. So
Yay.
I appreciate it greatly.
everybody that comes to this gets one free serotonin per like just just keep them coming.
Mhm.
The longer you stay with us, the more you get.
Free serotonin.
I need it. It's just endorphins.
No,
It's
I
pretty
do.
great.
I have 5 now, and it's great. It's like the most I've had in like
A year and a half.
yeah, really. It's just like at a legit high amount of serotonin since March of 2020.
Yeah.
Biggest mood.
Yes.
That's why our mascot on the one thing we have the real mascot is the squirrel, but that's why we're this year's temporary is the overt ghost. That ghost is not even even farting on the living has lost its joy for that individual. Yes.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
All right, let's Adler can
Oh
do
God,
what
figure out
Adler wants to
technology.
do.
Bye.
I can.
I'll be lurking in the chat. And
All
I'll
right,
fart.
we'll
I
see you
expect it.
there.
Fart
I
all over that
expect
chat.
lurking.
Or I'm gonna fart all over that chat.
Yeah,
I
get it.
expect the lurking. Oh my gosh.
All right.
That was so great.
I know.
Yeah, it was really
My goodness.
that was fun to do.
Yeah.
I am actually gonna run slowly.
Everybody's kind of just like yeah, the been sitting here for like a solid 2 hours, so that was rough. I too am going to abandon you temporarily, Vanessa.
Oh, fantastic.
Until Magdalene is up. That is
All right.
exciting. That's exciting.
I'm excited for all of this. This is just amazing.
We have a lot of I'm excited that despite not really knowing what a lot of the other we have like panel synchronicity. Like when Liminal Earth was talking yesterday, I was like, oh my gosh, and then Art Bell was also a ham, and it just keeps rolling, so it's good stuff.
Yeah.
But little Euphanot's room, I shall return.
Okay. Oh boy, I'm all alone. Chat, what do you want to talk about? We're here at PanParacon. Oh, thank you, Kyle. Please, any questions? Oh, all right. Adler is already ghost farting in the chat. So I think we're in good condition. I just want to thank you all again for being here. Like, what a delightful experience this has been to interact with all of you and to see all of your joy on Twitter and in the chat. I'm endlessly amazed. I have spoken to Mira and Jason a lot about how I feel like this was an unintentional group ritual. Again, I'm a chaos magician. But I just kind of thought I was like a weird Aquarius. And then I read Peter Carroll's work and it was like, oh, that's what I've been doing my entire life. Okay. And we all just came together in this sense of joy and this sense of creating something and wanting to hang out with our sweet friends. And so many people were involved. I really endlessly floored that we were able to put this together in just over a month. I could not have done it without Mira and Jason and everyone else just contributing their voices and their opinions and their energy and their love. I'm just, again, this is just such a joyful space, and it's been a joyful weekend. And Kyle, thank you in the chat. Can we just talk about how smart these folks are? We need to do lots of fun experiments going forward. That's what's incredible about this. Like I said, I consider myself an outsider. I feel like I've managed to contact, and all of us managed to contact people who kind of feel like outsiders, who are now happy to have a community and to do work with each other. Like, oh, cool, we have interests in technology. Let's do group experiments, especially since so many of us are focused on, again, process as opposed to outcomes, right? So it's, again, with the liminal earth, that just blowing my mind so much, because it was, let's investigate our relationships to things as opposed to deciding what certain things are and then finding evidence to fit that data. I think it's really beautiful. I'm excited to build things and work with people and develop more connections. And I mean, we are already talking about next year. I have mentioned a couple times that I want to interview people. I just want to talk to more people, more weird people who are good and kind. That was something that I wrote on the website. If you are good and you are kind, I want you here. I want to talk to you. Do you lead with empathy? Do you lead with a sense of community? Do you have a sense of curiosity and a sense of play and a sense of fun? Then let's go for it, right? Like, what do you want to put together? What magic do you want to make happen? So yeah, thank you for the people who are listening to me chat about what paranormal means to me.
And there are so many of you too. Just again, thank you. The ones who are watching, who helped, who aren't presenting. There's a lot of you who were inspirational and had many ideas, and we just, couldn't have done it without your support.
I mean, that's it. Like, again, so much kindness, and people just like retweet, again, people who are agreeing to be part of this, the people who are just retweeting the heck out of it, like all the support from so many wonderful people. Again, if I had this in high school, I think I would have been a more well-adjusted adult. I mean, I probably needed therapy anyway, but maybe I would have needed a little less.
I just came back with tea, but clearly I have this tremendous feeling of having like found my people here. I had a friend that used to say, like, find your juggalos. That was her maxim. And I feel like that has happened.
I mean, legit. So everything I read now about the juggalos is how that they're this like inclusive, incredible community. I know they're like the butt of a lot of jokes, but it's really about like family and found family and and helping each other out and keeping each other together. And again, if that's the mindset we have going forward, we can only do good things. I've been thinking about what Mortellus said last night, since they said it last night, about working together, the power that we have in working together.
I see Kyle saying that too very often. And I also see, yes, Audrey, we are a gang. But I want us to be one of those gangs that has like matching satin jackets.
I was literally just about to type that into chat.
Or we could, I have another fashion option, and this is, I'm being really, this is just me being my fashion choices. We should all, this is, I think, a dream that AP Strange, who's on tomorrow, had. We could all get black fezzes. Okay. And be like the Black Fez Society, and that would just be, and be very, so I'll just show up with our stuff on to these conferences and be like, yeah, that's right. But I see Kyle saying the roughest thing about the paranormal will also scattered because the huge names tend to be questionable. That did come up yesterday.
It's hard too, because like there are big names who are questionable, but they also have followings. So you have to like operate in secret to inform people like this is a dangerous person, because if you try to say it out loud, you're going to get dogpiled. and you're going to have a hate machine against you because people support who they think are their people. And I think in many cases ignore some of the more problematic aspects of what they're doing.
Oh, I see Spooky Action in the Basement as backup. I also think that is available to anybody if you meet a goth cutie and convince them to come back and make out in your basement with you. That could be Spooky Action in the Basement as well.
And on that note,
wow,
Madeline is here, and
Madeline is here. Okay,
ready to pop them in.
Just keep stop me before I tell another bad joke. I'm glad that they're here.
Yes. All right. I am promoting 2 panelists, and I am personally extremely excited about this because if you haven't had your birth chart read, you should absolutely do it. It may change your life. You're going to learn things about yourself that you always knew, but didn't know. I don't know. It's like having a hard copy of how you feel.
Hello. Hi. We're just all talking about how excited we are for you to be here.
Yes.
Huzzah.
Yay.
All right.
It'd be amazing.
I'm going to mute and take off so I can use my loud keyboard to promote this segment on Twitter.
Same.
All right.
Hello.
How are you doing? I'll stay on for a little bit, and then if you have like a presentation or stuff, I'll just jump off. But I can definitely stay on the whole time too. Totally up to you.
Okay, I do have a PowerPoint that we can do. So
yeah. Amazing. Yes. So if you just want to like introduce yourself, let people know, what you're up to and how amazing everything is that you do.
Okay. Hello, my name is Madeline Kelly. I am an astrologer, diviner, and jewelry maker. Most of my time is focused on astrology lately. Yeah, I'm excited to do this and also nervous because I'm shy, but here we are. Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. You should be able to share screen. If you aren't able to, I can.
Alrighty. Let's see. Go.
Okay.
Huzzah.
Cool. All right. I will
Alrighty.
pop myself out.
If there is a chat, I am not going to pay attention to it because anxiety.
Oh, no, we've got it on the YouTube. Everyone has been super supportive and wonderful too. But yeah, you won't see any of that stuff because you just don't need to.
Alrighty. Right. So I guess we will get started then. So hello, welcome. Very happy to be here. A little bit more about me. So I am an astrologer, and I also do tarot in the Normand and make jewelry. I am agender. Pronouns are they, them. I am gay, and I am autistic, ADHD, etc. I was born in Florida. I am of Irish, Pawnee, Seminole, and German descent. I was adopted as a baby, raised in New Jersey by an Italian-American settler family. I'm one of 6 adoptees throughout these families, and we're from all over the place. Yeah, so that's just a little bit about me. I was actually an astronomy nerd for way more of my life than I was interested in astrology, so it's kind of weird that this is what I'm doing now, but here we are. If you want to learn more about like how I went from astronomy to astrology, check out my interview on Some Other Sphere, that podcast, episode 41, where I go into that story a little bit more. But yeah, anyways, so let's get started. I'm gonna do this full screen thing. All right, my mic broke, by the way, like 2 hours before this presentation, so hopefully the sound doesn't suck
It sounds really good.
Okay, good.
So you're perfect.
Relief. All right.
That would happen though.
Yeah, it's exactly what I would like to have happen right before this. My very first time teaching astrology to people, and that's what happens. Anyways, so welcome to Astrology 101. This is basically going to be a brief introduction to Western natal astrology specifically, which is natal astrology is all about the charts of individual people. We're going to basically spend an hour-ish looking at the key components that make up a natal chart. And then at the end, we will synthesize all of those parts and see how they all fit together in Art Bell's chart. So, and also there's going to be an announcement at the end. The chances of me forgetting this announcement are very high, but hopefully I won't forget. So anyways, let's get started. All right, so what the heck is astrology anyway? The definition of it that you'll find on Merriam-Webster is the divination of the supposed influences of the stars and planets on human affairs and terrestrial events by their positions and aspects. The definition of astronomy, the study of objects and matter outside the Earth's atmosphere and of their physical and chemical properties. So, astronomy and astrology came from the same place. Basically, they were born at the same time. They're basically two sides of the same coin. They're just really separated nowadays for all sorts of reasons. We're not going to get into the history of astronomy / astrology because there's not a lot of time. So anyways, the way I look at it is astronomy is the study of the observable universe, and then astrology is the study of our subjective human experience of said universe mirrored throughout our life. Macrocosm, microcosm, the whole idea of as above, so below that many of you are probably very familiar with. So astrology is not a science. It's not really trying to be a science. It's much more of a fancy calendar system and an art and a language just kind of all smashed together. So you wouldn't call, poetry or an art form science, and astrology is not trying to do that. So that's what it is. Okay, so why astrology? Why am I interested in this? Well, two sides of the same coin. I think one gives tremendous value to the other. You can't really have astrology without the astronomy. Astronomers would love to argue that you can absolutely have astronomy without astrology, but without that, soul, it's kind of dry and it doesn't tell the whole story. Because the way I see it, we are in a very interesting and convenient place in the solar system to be able to study the effects of a star. So, yes, we could study that from any other planet, but where else do we get to see how life exists? Photosynthesis, life cycle of, plants, animals, bacteria, fungi. Can't really see that anywhere else. So we're just in a really nifty little spot. Total coincidence? I have no idea, maybe, but I think there is something a little bit more to that than just coincidence, because we are made of star stuff and we're also conscious of that fact, and we get to consciously participate in the universe. And that's kind of why I really like astrology, because it kind of just contains everything. One reason I really like it is because everyone inherently fits. Now, you may see that me being, mixed heritage, adoptee, trans agender, gay, neurodivergent, I exist in a weird liminal place where for the vast majority of my life, I heard nothing but, why don't you fit? Why can't you just yada, yada, yada? So astrology isn't trying to say, why don't you fit? When you look at your chart, you see that you have the exact same planets and signs that everybody else does. So all parts of your being and experience are therefore inherently a natural manifestation of the universe. So everybody inherently fits in astrology. It's just all of these parts are just arranged in a unique way for everyone. So being someone who has felt just like a bizarre aberration for most of their life, seeing myself reflected in such a holistic way was just really like nice and reassuring and just kind of lovely. So because of that, astrology can be a really lovely tool for what Chani Nicholas refers to as radical self-acceptance. And that's basically just accepting yourself for who you are in its entirety and not like discarding any part of yourself, because you are inherently worthy and you shouldn't have to like discard any part of yourself, because there's this really lovely balance and harmony that you can see with astrology where nothing is over or underrepresented. Everything just kind of has its place. There is a time and a place for all manifestations of the universe. So anyways, astrology can also be a very useful tool for many other things besides personal growth and things like that. You can use electional astrology for like choosing a particular time and date to do a thing, and we'll get into different ways you can use astrology shortly. Yeah, so that's basically why I like it. Nobody needs astrology. Like, you can totally have a completely fine, normal, fulfilling life without ever checking your horoscope. But if you are like me, then it might be relevant to your interests. And also, it's just really interesting and just really lovely. So anyways, there are different kinds of astrology. There are different traditions from all over the world. So there's the Western tradition, which has its origins with Hellenistic astrology, which got its origins from Mesopotamian and Egyptian. We're not going to get into the history because we do not have time. But anyways, there's also Islamic, Chinese astrology. There's a whole bunch of different astrologies from all over the planet that all have their own lineages that have been developed over thousands of years. So there's also different kinds of astrology. So there's different lineages and traditions, and then there's also different things that you can do with it. We're going to talk about natal astrology, which is the study of an individual's birth chart, but there's also horary, for example, which is much closer to like divination. It's basically you ask like a specific question, like, where's my wallet? Will I pass this exam? Things like that. That's what horary does. And then there's medical astrology, which is what it sounds like, and electional. So like, let's say you want to get married. What's the best space weather for getting married, sort of thing. All sorts of different things that you can use astrology for. So I use Western natal astrology primarily. I do electional on my own time, but I don't offer it professionally. Professionally, I do natal astrology. I use the tropical zodiac, and my particular approach is a mix of modern psychological, evolutionary, and Hellenistic influences. So Hellenistic is basically Greco-Roman, which started like the 1st century BCE. So there's a whole lot of different kinds of astrologies and traditions that I know nothing about because it is a vast, vast field. No one person will ever know all of astrology. It is literally impossible. There is always a ton of stuff to learn. So what we will be discussing today is basically the core components of what goes into a natal chart. So that's going to be the planets, aspects, signs, and houses. So we are pretty much going to like briefly go through what all the planets are, the signs and the houses and aspects. We're not going to do deep dives into any one of these things. The purpose of this class today is to basically familiarize you with all the things that astrologers are talking about online, because astrology is super popular now. So like, what the heck are all these people talking about? If you are new to astrology, it can be really overwhelming because there's like a whole bunch of different like symbols and just parts, moving parts. It's a whole lot. I get it. So we're going to basically just briefly go through what the parts are. And then we're going to look at Art Bell's chart and see how those parts fit together. So you can basically see what an astrology reading is like, basically. So here we go. The most important parts of a natal chart is basically the planets and the aspects. The planets are like behavioral archetypes. The planets are like the action, like the stuff that's actually happening in the chart. The aspects are basically geometric relationships between those planets. So you can think of the planets as like actors, and the aspects are kind of like the script, the lines that the planets are like saying to each other, like things like that. The houses is basically where the action is happening. So the houses are areas of life. And then the signs are basically like energetic conditions. The signs can either help the planets do what they want to do, or they can make it more challenging. A lot of astrology content out there focuses entirely on the signs, but that is not the most important part. That's not really where all the action is. So the planets and aspects are the most important, and everything else is basically nuance. The most important nuance is the houses and signs. So anyways, let's keep going. Let's start with the planets. So I'm going to begin with this quote here that I actually first came across in a tarot class from Jessica Dora that I took a few years ago. And this quote was actually my pinned tweet for like 2 years because it just so perfectly captures what the planets are and also the aspects. So anyways, the quote is this: rather than consisting of one unified self, we each contain an internal family of diverse psychological parts that sometimes live peacefully and sometimes in conflict. This is from Robert Schwartz, and you may want to go look up internal family systems, which is not an astrology thing. I highly doubt this person is an astrologer, so he may be very confused if he finds this quote in this presentation. But I am including this quote because it's just so, it's such a clear explanation of how the planets and aspects work in a chart, because this internal family of psychological parts is basically the planets, and sometimes they're peacefully and sometimes they're in conflict, and that's basically aspects. So let's talk about the planets. So the planets, as I said, are basically like the action, the actors, what's actually happening in the chart. They're basically like behavioral archetypes. So like Mars is like the drive and assertive nature, whereas Venus is like the relational nature, so on. So the planets, we are including the luminaries, sun and moon. Astrologers know that the sun is not a planet. We are familiar with the fact that the sun is an average yellow type G star in the main sequence and not a planet. But we just kind of lump all of these things under the title planets for convenience, basically. So we got the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Then there's also the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And there's also asteroids, dwarf planets. There's a whole bunch of different things that you can use. I pretty much just use the 7 traditional planets: Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and the outers, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Once in a while, I'll use asteroids, but there's just like so much information with the planets that I don't find it necessary all that much to go further with it. So anyways, let's go into planets now. So let's start with the sun. It's the core of the solar system. So the sun astrologically has to do with consciousness, core essence, and perception, because it is illuminating the solar system, holding everything together. So therefore, the core self. Now the moon has much more to do with the unconscious nature, kind of like the mirror of the sun. The sun is consciousness, the moon is the emotional unconscious nature. It is the closest celestial body to the earth, so it has a lot to do with containment and nourishment of the soul. It's very changeable, it's different phase all the time, very fast in the sky. So the sun has a lot more to do with, like core being beyond time, whereas the moon is much more tied in with time and things being in flux and shifting in life cycles and things of that nature. So now let's go into Mercury, which is the closest planet to the sun. So Mercury in the sky is all over the place. Its speed is very variable, and it's very close to the sun. So it has to do with perception translated, because it basically takes all of the information and knowledge from the sun and it translates it so that it can communicate it outside of itself. So I see Mercury as like the information processing planet. It has a whole lot to do with communications, you know, talking, writing, all that sort of deal. And now moving out to Venus, we have the relational archetype. Venus is basically like the harmony of the universe. Venus likes everybody to just like get along and be nice. Venus likes pretty things. It's all about things that are pleasurable to the senses. Venus likes to unite and reconcile things. It likes to take two separate things and unite them to make something new and better. So like taking red and blue to make purple, or flour and water to make bread, or human A and human B to make baby human C. All of that is Venusian stuff. Now Mars is basically the opposite of that. So Venus is harmony, Mars is strife. Mars doesn't want to get along. Mars just kind of wants to do its own thing. It wants to like break apart and separate and just like assert its own nature and not really like bend to the wills of anything else. So it's basically the opposite of Venus. Now Jupiter, further out, is the planet that relates to all things big. It's a big planet, so we get like we can often get a literal manifestation of big things with Jupiter, but it also has to do with increase and optimism and faith, expanding your horizons. Jupiter has a lot to do with foreign people and places and things that are unfamiliar to you, long journeys and things of that nature. Now Saturn, the opposite of Jupiter, has more to do with decrease and limits and structure, but also manifestation and crystallization, limits, finality, but also longevity and maturity. So that's basically the planets in a nutshell. Moving along, the 7 traditional ones that we just went over are much more important. Historically, that's all we were aware of for the majority of human history. So they're most important for that reason, but also for visibility. Like these are the ones that we're actually able to see in the sky. We can see the sun and moon, of course, Mercury. Venus in the sky is beautiful to look at. It's just so radiant and lovely, and ended up being related to lovely things. Mars, however, in the sky is this like ominous looking red dot, not as pretty looking as Venus. Jupiter is also really bright in the sky, really easy to see, really lovely. And Venus and Jupiter are known as the benefics, and they also look really nice. And then Saturn does not look very nice in the sky, to the naked eye at least. It looks kind of just like this dumpy little brown dot. It's not very exciting. If you have a very good telescope, it is breathtaking though. If you have the opportunity to go visit an astronomy club, oh my gosh. Astronomers do not like it when you accidentally refer to them as astrologers. They get so mad. So anyways, I highly recommend visiting an astronomy club to use a big scope to look at Saturn or Jupiter through it, because it's just incredible. Anyways, these planets are important for that, but also they are most apparent and relevant to the structure of our lives. So like the days of the week, for example, are all based off of these planets. So like lunedì, Luna, moon, Monday, martedì, Mars, Tuesday, mercoledì, Wednesday, Mercury, and so on and so forth. So the planets are just so ingrained to our everyday lives to the point where we like don't even think about it, but our whole lives are structured around these planets. Like we have day and night, so like everything about our life revolves around the sun. Like literally. So it's just so interesting to me. Like, we named the days of the week in our structure of time based off of planets specifically. That's not an accident. So another reason that these planets are very important is because of rulership, which basically means they influence the meaning of the signs. And that's why we're starting with the planets here now, because when you understand, what the planets are all about, it's easier to, figure out what the signs are about. So like, for example, Aries is the fiery manifestation of Mars, whereas Scorpio is the watery manifestation of it. And we will get into that. So these planets are the most important. Everything beyond that is basically more nuance. I really enjoy using these planets. They are not from traditional lineages of astrology. They are more modern. I always forget the dates when these were discovered. We'll look it up. I have learned it and forgotten it like hundreds of times. Anyways, I use these planets because they're just ridiculously apparent in my own chart, so I can't get away from them even if I wanted to. So anyways, Uranus, that's the planet that is right after Saturn. So Saturn has to do with like limits and structure. Uranus is the opposite of that. Uranus is disruption from routine. It's like a chaotic neutral influence. It has to do with like sudden bursts of inspiration and insight. It also has to do with like things that you can't unknow once you know it, which can be a very like shocking and disruptive kind of experience. Uranus, I also see very often having to do with tech and innovation, and anyone who has used tech at any point in their life knows how disruptive it can be. Like my mic dying 2 hours before this presentation. So that's great. Rick Levine was recently on the astrology podcast talking about Uranus. They did like a 3-hour episode on it. So if you want to go like a deep dive into all the planets, go look for these episodes on the astrology podcast. Really good stuff. But anyways, he was talking about how the 7 traditional planets are related to like visibility and whatnot, but the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, we cannot see with the naked eye. I mean, once in a while, in certain conditions, you can see Uranus, but generally speaking, you can't. Neptune, you definitely cannot. Same with Pluto. So basically, these planets kind of opened up our world to more unseen influences. So like Uranus kind of ended up coinciding with electricity. We can't really like see electricity, but we can like work with it and things like that. So, and that radically changed and disrupted a whole bunch of stuff. So that's Uranus. Now there's Neptune, which is further out still. Neptune can be really tricky. It's all things like nebulous and confusing and intangible and invisible. One experience of Neptune, like if you've ever driven through thick fog and you can't see like anything around you, you have no idea where the fog begins and ends until eventually you're out of it and you're like, oh, whoa. That's kind of like what Neptune is like. In its more difficult manifestation. Another manifestation of Neptune I like to describe as like when you're at a concert and you're just vibing with the music so much that you are just kind of like become the music and you forget who you are, all of your worries, you have no idea what is going on, and you just kind of like lose your whole identity and just like vibe. That's very Neptunian as well. So Neptune will have a lot to do with like music and poetry and movies and things like that, because they are illusory. They're not real kind of thing. So, and then there's Pluto, which Jessica Lanyadoo refers to as the least chill planet. And that's definitely the case. Pluto is all about elimination and destruction, transformation, regeneration, power and intensity, and all things like that. So Pluto is like going from caterpillar to butterfly. It's completely transforming that organism to something completely unrecognizable. Same with like garbage to compost. It has a lot to do with like deep total alchemical change and things like that. So you may notice as we start from the sun and zoom out, the meanings of the planets have a lot to do with, you know, at first the core personality, the core of the solar system. So the sun, the core, essence, moon, the emotional nature, and so on. And then as you zoom out, you start getting more into like relational aspects. So it's not just you, it's you and other people. And then you zoom out to like Jupiter and Saturn, and then you get to much more like societal things, because these planets take a lot longer to go around the sun. So therefore, the things that they are dealing with are not as personal. You just kind of like keep zooming out. And then when you have the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, that is not at all personal. And that is just things that are just like way bigger than you, basically, much more generational. So let's go into the aspects now. The aspects are basically geometric relationships between the planets along the ecliptic specifically. Now, the ecliptic is the path that the sun and planets are taking across the sky, and which is also basically the Earth's path around the sun. From our perspective on Earth, it looks like the sun and planets are moving, but it's basically the Earth that's moving around the sun. Anyways, this is the plane that we are getting the aspects from. So 360-degree circle can be divided in many ways, but there are 5 main ways that the circle is divided. So 0 degrees, conjunction. So that's basically when 2 planets appear to be right on top of each other in the sky. And what you get with a conjunction aspect is basically the archetypes between those planets are fused together and they work like as a unit. It's said to be the most powerful conjunction. And if you recall, when Jupiter and Saturn were conjunct in the sky, everyone was freaking out about it because it's like really easy to see, because when 2 planets are conjunct, it's like, ooh, bigger and brighter, and oh, that's interesting. Whereas the other aspects are not as like visually striking and apparent, but they're still important. So conjunction, archetypes are fused, working together. And now we can go into the opposition. So 180 degrees away from each other in opposition. So these aspects can be very tense because it's one thing opposite the other. So there is like a balance that's kind of necessary. Just like you can't have 2 people talking at once for it to make sense. One kind of has to go first and then the other one can go. So in opposition, you'll often find it in like self-other interactions, so like you and another person. It can definitely be an internal process, but because it is like one planet with another planet in its direct line of sight, you're often going to see it manifesting with, you know, just like other people and things like that. So now there is the square aspect, which is 90 degrees away, and when planets are in a square aspect, they're basically at cross purposes. So there's a lot of friction here. I like to say that it is the path of most resistance. So squares are really like dynamic and energetic. They're very like frictiony. They're kind of relentless. So there is like a balance and a harmony that you can kind of achieve with an opposition. Not so much a square. Square aspects pretty much demand like constant flexibility and attention and care and what's the word I'm looking for? Like reconciliation, like that, because the archetypes, they are working at cross purposes. So the square is said to be a very difficult aspect. All of the aspects are neutral because you can absolutely have too much of a good thing, and squares can be really good in the right circumstance, because this is the sort of energy that fuels one towards like constantly developing something. So the people who have put 10,000 hours of practice into something, that is very often going to be like square kind of energy, because it's like relentless and it's energizing. And there's not much incentive to really develop and master something if you don't have tension and like friction behind it. So that's a square in a nutshell. Now, trine is when planets are 120 degrees away. Trine is like the path of least resistance. It's a very flowy kind of energy. So a lot of people will say that trines are good, but you could definitely have too much of a good thing. Maybe you don't want an easy flow in certain times. So again, it's neutral, but basically when planets are in a trine aspect, they can just kind of like work together really well. It can often indicate like inherent conditions that are already like there and happening because it is the path of least resistance for energy. So it's just like most likely going to manifest in this particular way. And then we have sextiles, which is like the awkward middle child that tends to get forgotten in the aspects all the time. But I love sextiles. I think they're so much fun. They're really cool. It's kind of like a combination between a square and a trine. It's not as difficult and relentless as a square, but it's still like really excitable. I see sextiles as aspects of opportunities. Because they can be nice in that trine way, where it's a lot easier to work with. But the difference between a sextile and a trine is a sextile requires you to like actively participate, whereas a trine is the kind of energy that's like just most likely going to just happen anyway. A sextile is the kind of flow that you can get, but you have to like go get it kind of deal. So those are the most important ones. They're also based off of visibility too. So like an opposition, self-other, direct line of sight, conjunction, like right at once. But like if it's only like 20 degrees away, it's kind of like in that blind spot where you can't really see it. Or instead of being directly in front of you, if something is like off to the side, that's another blind spot in our visibility. So that aspect is not really there, but everything else is just kind of like easy to see. There are many other ways to divide this 360 degrees, and so you can get like septiles, noviles, semi-squares. There's a ton of different aspects. They're all minor aspects. They're not as important. I don't use any of them, except for aspects of declination, which is not based off of the ecliptic. It's based off of something else, but we don't have time to get into that. Anyways, if you are really into like math and fractals, I recommend looking up David Cochrane's work on vibrational astrology, because that gets, that's really interesting stuff. So that's the aspects. We've covered the planets, we've covered the aspects. Now let's talk about the signs. So a lot of you are probably very familiar with this sort of image, which I just got from Wikipedia, basically. So this is a representation of the zodiac. So the zodiac comes from the constellations, but it's not the same thing. There is a difference. There is the constellations, then there's the sidereal zodiac, and then there's the tropical zodiac. So the constellations, fixed stars in the sky, the constellations are all different sizes, but the sidereal zodiac and the tropical zodiac, all of the signs are the same size. So basically where we get that from, the sidereal zodiac is based on the constellations and fixed stars, but the tropical zodiac is based off of seasons and not the fixed stars. So the tropical zodiac begins at 0 degrees Aries, which is basically just the vernal equinox. So that's the difference between those three things. So the signs of the zodiac have a lot to do with the condition of the planets. It's much more of like the background ambiance. The signs are not the active players in a chart the way the planets are. The signs can either help the planets do what they want to do, or it can make it more challenging for the planets to do what it wants to do. So like Mars, for example, ball of fire, just wants to go off and do its own thing, is very comfortable in Aries, a fire sign. It's not all that comfortable in Libra, for example, which is a Venusian sign. So Libra is much more concerned with getting along, but Mars doesn't want to get along. So that's why Mars doesn't really like being in Libra all that much. So that's basically what we mean by the condition of the planets and like what the signs do. So the signs can be divided in several ways. We can divide it by 2 to get nocturnal and diurnal signs. We can divide it by 3, which gives us signs that are at the beginning, middle, and end of seasons. And then we can divide it by 4 to get the elements. So let's go into that. Signs divided by 2. There are diurnal signs and there are nocturnal signs. The diurnal signs are all of the fire and air signs. So fire and air is a much more upward and outward kind of energy. So this includes Aries, Gemini, Leo, Libra, Sagittarius, and Aquarius. And the nocturnal signs are all the earth and water signs. So this is a more downward and inward kind of energy, which is including Taurus, Cancer, Virgo, Scorpio, Capricorn, and Pisces. Now we can divide it by 3 and get the signs at the beginning of seasons, which is cardinal signs, fixed in the middles, and mutable at the end. So cardinal signs, the beginning of seasons. So since it's the beginning, cardinal signs are very like initiating and reactive and responsive to things. They don't have much like staying power, and they're not like the most flexible. They want to start things a lot, not necessarily finish things. They want to start. So Aries is the beginning of spring. It is cardinal fire. Cancer is the beginning of summer. It's cardinal water. Libra, the beginning of fall, cardinal air. And then Capricorn, cardinal earth, beginning of winter. Now the fixed signs are all in the middle of seasons. They have a very like stabilizing, sustaining, and enduring energy. They don't really want to change or like start new things. They're just kind of like there. It's the middle of the season. So Taurus, fixed earth, it's the middle of spring. Leo, the middle of summer, fixed fire. Scorpio, the middle of fall, fixed water. And then Aquarius, middle of winter, fixed air. And then finally, we have the signs happening at the end of seasons, which is much more concerned with transitioning from one thing to the next. They're very like flexible and changeable, not very much staying power. A little trickier to get them to start things, but from going from one thing to the next and being really flexible, mutable signs are great at that. So Gemini is mutable air. It is the beginning of spring. Virgo is, did I say the beginning of spring? The end of spring. Virgo, the end of summer, mutable earth. Sagittarius, mutable fire, end of fall. And then Pisces, end of winter, mutable water. And then we can divide the signs by 4 and get the elements. So we've got fire, earth, air, and water. Now, if you have any sort of like magical, occult, or like tarot practice, you're already very familiar with these elements. So fire is hot and dry. It's an upward and outward kind of energy. So it has to do with like passion and like instinct and energy and things like that. So the fire signs are Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. We've got cardinal fire, fixed fire, and mutable fire. Now, earth is next in the zodiac. This particular order that the elements take in the zodiac is fire to earth to air to water to fire to earth to air to water, and it keeps repeating. So earth is cold and dry. It's much more of like a downward, inward kind of energy. So therefore it's grounded, very like practical and pragmatic. And the earth signs are Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. And then air, hot, wet element. It's very upward and outward again. And air, it has to do with the realm of like intellect and like inquisitiveness and communication and things like that. So with air, we've got Gemini, mutable air, and then cardinal air, Libra, fixed air, Aquarius. And then water, cold and wet, down and in, much more intuitive and feeling. And these are the, it's Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. So Cancer, cardinal, water, Scorpio, fixed water, Pisces, mutable water. So that's basically how the signs are divided. It's a lot easier to learn the signs by breaking it down to like its core parts, because then you can build off from there very easily. So let's go through all of the signs real quick. Aries, the beginning of spring, cardinal fire. So it is very reactive in like an energetic, instinctive kind of way. Aries is the fiery manifestation of Mars. So Mars likes to just go off and do its own thing, and Aries can absolutely help facilitate that. Mars is right at home in Aries. So Mars in Aries is like the warrior archetype of the big brute who's just gonna like charge at you and like club you on the head and be done with it. Whereas Scorpio is the watery manifestation of Mars, and that has a totally different feel to it. So we'll get into that. Taurus, fixed earth. So Taurus is basically like the immovable object of the zodiac. So it's very like reliably grounded. It's very like steady, and you don't want to ask a Taurus to stop what they're doing to go do something else. It's not going to work out for you very well. Taurus is also a Venusian sign. It is the earthly manifestation of Venus. So Taurus is very concerned with just chilling and vibing, and it doesn't want to start shit with anyone. It just kind of wants to like be like serene and just like be peaceful and just like get along, and that's fine. So moving on, we have Gemini, mutable air. So it's very intellectually flexible. Gemini is the airy manifestation of Mercury, and we know Mercury likes data and facts and communication and things like that. So Mercury is right at home in a intellectually flexible, mutable air sign because it has a lot of ability to just like go find all the facts and details. It can talk to several different people, and it just really enjoys being in Gemini. So those are the spring signs. And now the summer signs, we've got Cancer, cardinal water. So Cancer is a very like emotionally and intuitively responsive kind of sign. So like if you got a room full of people and a baby starts crying, Cancer is going to be the one that responds to that right away because it's just like very emotionally responsive. And Cancer is where the moon is most at home. And we know that the moon has a lot to do with like emotional things and containment and nourishment. So, and also the moon is like very close to us. So the moon has a lot to do with Cancer and like nourishment. So we get a lot of the like nourishing motherly vibes from Cancer that comes from the moon. Now we have Leo, which is fixed fire. And what else is more fixed fire in the solar system than the sun? So the sun is right at home in Leo. It's very energetically enduring. Leo people are just who they are, and that's it. They're not going to change who they are for you. That's fixed fire. And now Virgo, mutable earth. It is the earthly manifestation of Mercury. So Virgo is very like flexibly practical. So we know Mercury likes all of the details and the facts and things. So the earthly manifestation of Virgo is a little bit more like hands-on. Virgo likes to explore complex systems and like see how they work. Whereas like the airy manifestation of Gemini can be completely content just like reading up a bunch of stuff. Virgo wants to like build a computer or like do all of the coding itself kind of thing, because it really likes to see how all of the little pieces like fit and work together. It's very concerned with systems and things like that. So now moving on to Libra, cardinal air. So it's a very intellectually responsive sign. It is Venusian, a Venusian sign. Venus is right at home here. So Libra, balance, wants everybody to get along. It is very concerned with like interpersonal relationships. So like if you say one thing to Libra, it wants to see what the other sides are to it. It's not going to just like take one thing at face value because it's that balance. Libra is not the sign that wants to take sides, which is where that indecisiveness can come from, because Venus doesn't want to take sides. Venus wants like everyone to like get along. So Libra is like the mediator of the zodiac, basically. Now we get to Scorpio, which is a Mars-ruled sign. It is the watery, emotional manifestation of Mars, and it is fixed water. So Scorpio is very emotionally enduring. So Scorpio, it likes to like seep down and like penetrate things. It reminds me of like the Mariana Trench, for example, or an iceberg, especially because with an iceberg, you're only seeing like the tip of it, basically. There's a whole lot more underneath the surface that you don't get to see, and that is very Scorpio. Scorpio as an archetype will never show you everything that it is feeling. It likes to keep its cards like really close to its hand. Scorpio is always scheming, has a plan, because it's Mars, and Mars is like a very like actiony planet, and it wants to sever. So that's why Scorpio doesn't naturally feel inclined to share its emotions with other people all that much. Now moving on to Sagittarius, we've got mutable fire. So Sagittarius is very energetically adaptive. It is the fiery manifestation of Jupiter, and Jupiter has a lot to do with, belief and optimism. So Sagittarius people with that fiery Jupiterian nature can be really overzealous about things, really enthusiastic. Yeah, they're great. And now moving on to Capricorn, is the earthly manifestation of Saturn. It is cardinal Earth, so it's very practically responsive and reactive. Capricorn is the sign that is always has a to-do list. If it sees a mountain, it is going to climb the mountain. It's just what Capricorn wants to do. Aquarius, we've got the middle of winter, so this is fixed air. It is the airy manifestation of Saturn. So Saturn having to do with limits and structure and things like that. In an earthly way, it has a little bit more to do with, tradition and things like that. But Aquarius is fixed air. So it's kind of like the sky. It's separated from everything else. It's just way up there. So Aquarius people can get really zoomed out and meta, and they're not really interested in interpersonal relationships quite like Libra, a Venusian personal planet sign. Saturn, Aquarius, it's very concerned with humanity as a whole, but not necessarily individual people. So that's Aquarius in a nutshell. And then we have Pisces, mutable water. It is the watery manifestation of Jupiter, the more emotional manifestation of this jovial nature. So Pisces is very concerned with being devoted to things, lots to do with faith. Pisces wants everyone to just be together and okay and nice and happy, things like that. So that's the signs in a nutshell. Now let's talk about the houses. Okay, so this is a blank chart, which is basically showing you the signs at the colorful outer ring here, and then all these little chunks here with the numbers 1 through 12. These are the houses. So we get the houses from the Earth. The Earth's rotation on its axis. So the signs we're getting from the year and the seasons, and then the houses we're getting from the day. So because it's Earth-based, as opposed to just way out there, the houses have to do with areas of life where all the stuff is happening. So let's go into that. I'm going to briefly go through this because last time I did a practice run of this presentation, it went to almost 3 hours. So I'm going to skip through a few things. The angular houses are most important. So let's look at this chart again here. You can split the houses, much like how we were splitting up the signs. So the houses can be split between above the horizon and below the horizon. So 1 through 6 here, below the horizon. And then everything above that is out in the sky. Okay, so above the horizon and below the horizon. You can also split the houses from things that are rising up to the top of the sky and things that are setting. The angular houses are most important. So basically the horizon here. So house 1, that is where everything is rising up from below ground to above ground. So house 1 has a lot to do with the area of life that focuses on you, yourself, your body, mind, soul, personality, you as a vessel through space and time. It is the most you area of life, the most you part of the chart. And then directly opposite that is house 7, which is where all of the one-on-one partnerships go, basically. So whether that is your romantic partner, your business partner, your therapist, any kind of one-on-one relationship is 7th house stuff. And then the middle of the sky, house 10, that has to do with the career. It's the most public, visible part of the sky, so that's why it's very important. And then directly underneath that, you have house 4, which is below ground and the private life. So anyways, the houses can be split like that. They are also split into angular, succedent, and cadent. We're just gonna skip over that because there's just so much to go through. So house 1 has to do with the self, body, first impressions, moving along from that. So how when the planets we're starting with like the core self, the core personality, and then we're slowly zooming out. So we're going from the self to like other people, and then, you know, zooming out further and further still. The houses are kind of like that too, where house 1 is the most you part. And then as you get further away from house 1, you get more into just like, you know, your stuff and other people and society, and it just kind of zooms out from there. So house 1 we've already discussed, and now house 2, directly right next to it, has to do with your resources and your values. So like the things that you own, but also the things that you value. Talents will go here too. And then house 3 has to do with siblings and mobility and communication. So you've got you and your stuff, and then how you share your stuff, how you talk about your stuff, how you get around. House 3 is all like short trips and things of that nature. And then house 4 is your home and private life. It's directly underground, so it is not visible to, you know, out in the sky at all. It is one of the most private parts of your life, and has to do with like ancestry and things like that. Moving along to the 5th house, this is the place of creativity and pleasure. If you have children, that's where they're going to go. If not, it'll have a lot more to do with, you know, like creative special interest, pleasure, performing. Gambling can be here. Whatever you take pleasure in is all 5th house stuff. Moving along to the 6th house. This is the house that deals with maintenance of all sorts. So like the maintenance and upkeep of your body and your health, but also like, you know, your home, your pets, small animals are a 6th house thing. Service workers, like if you have employees, that's all going to go there. And now we have house 7 directly opposite the 1st house. So all of the one-on-one partnerships. And moving on from there to the 8th house, we've got the partners as resources. So you can see how like house 1 is you, and right after that is your stuff. House 7, right opposite house 1, is your partner, and then house 8, opposite 2, is your partner's stuff. So the 8th house has a lot to do with like taxes and your partner's resources, and also like death, and it can also have to do with like mental health things as well. And now the 9th house is all about like long journeys and legal spiritual matters and higher education. So like pilgrimages, going to college, all that stuff is very 9th house matters. And then the 10th house, the middle of the sky, the most publicly like recognizable part of the chart, has all to do with like your career and your greater reputation, but also like what you have to offer the world. And then moving on, we've got the 11th house, which has to do with like your greater social networks. So like friends, fans, and allies, larger groups of people that you all share like the same values and hopes and dreams with. That's all 11th house. And then finally, we've got the 12th house. There is a lot of anxiety-inducing things written about the 12th house on the internet. Oh boy. So the 12th house is a difficult house, yes, but it's not all bad. So all of our life is represented within these 12 houses, and our life is not entirely nice and not entirely difficult. It is a blend. So all aspects are going to be represented. So the 12th house, it's has a lot to do with like seclusion and behind the scenes work and things like that. So let me pop back over to this chart here. So you can see the 1st house, this is when things are rising. So like when the sun is rising, you can see it, but when it rises a little bit further, it ends up in the 12th house. And when it rises a little bit farther above the horizon, you can no longer see it because it is too bright. So that's why the 12th house has a lot to do with like invisible things. So it's very often like behind the scenes stuff. So this could be anything from like, you know, going on a silent meditation retreat. I also will often see people who do a lot of work like sequestered away in like a recording studio, things like that. That's all 12th house stuff as well. The 12th house also has a lot to do with self-undoing. And like things that kind of like work at cross purposes to like what you want to do because of that like visibility thing. It's not like it's a house that's like kind of in that blind spot compared to like where you are, the 1st house is. So that's why it's things that it's not easy to see, and it can be really difficult to access things in the 12th house. Whereas the planets that are on the angles, like 1st, 7th, 4th, and 10th, they're a lot easier to like see and recognize and work with, and they have a lot more energy. Things in the 12th house do not have all that much energy. They're a little trickier. So that's basically the houses. So let's do a little recap. We learned about the planets. So that's basically what's happening, the actors, basically behavioral archetypes, the aspects you can think of as like the script between the planets and the archetypes. It's their interactions, what they're saying to each other, like how well they're working together versus, so like if they're in a square aspect, they're not best friends, they're at cross purposes. But if they're like in a trine aspect, they're probably getting along pretty well, kind of deal. And then we have the signs, which is like the mood and the condition of the planets. So like, is Mars the assertion archetype? Is it like comfortable and happy where it is, or is it kind of grumpy because it's in a location that makes it like have to like get along, you know? So the signs are going to have a lot to do with much more like ambiance and mood. And then the houses, which is where all the action is. So it's basically like the stage that the actors are on. So those are the four main parts of a natal chart. So before we go on further, you're doing great. If you're brand new to this, I understand that there is a whole lot of moving parts. There's a whole lot to learn. So if you're overwhelmed, don't worry. You're not going to have all of this memorized right away. Because astrology is just a whole bunch of moving parts that you have to just like focus on all at once. And it's not something that you can learn overnight. There's really no shortcuts to it. So just practice. You're doing great. I promise you're doing great. If you ever worry that it's taking you too long to learn this stuff, just remember that it took me like 10 years just to remember how to spell Sagittarius. So like, I am a slow learner, but like, that's okay. We're all learning at our own pace. Nobody is expecting you to learn this all right away. So don't worry about it. You're doing fine, I promise. Okay, so now we're going to get into Art Bell's chart. Very fun. So just a brief note about birth times in astrology. It's very, very, very important to have an accurate birth time. So when I choose a chart for something like this, I'm looking at astro.com first, usually, because they have like a really solid data bank of people's charts and birth times. And they also have like a really particular rating system that basically rates how accurate the birth time is. So like an AA rating means that whoever the astrologer was that submitted the birth time for the individual had the birth certificate like in hand. We do not have Art Bell's birth certificate, or the astrologers that put his information on this website did not have his birth certificate. So the time and date that I'm using is from Art's autobiography, which is an A rating, and that is the next best thing. There are 2 other birth times floating around out there, but they're only different by like 5 or 10 minutes, and it doesn't change his chart all of that much. So for this purpose, it's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna worry about it. So here we go. Art Bell's chart. Huzzah. So right away, we can see that there is a lot more going on above the horizon. So a lot of things that are just like much more like publicly and objectively recognizable. We can see that there's this lot of stuff, especially up in the 10th house here. So we know that the 10th house has to do with like career and reputation and things like that. So if we had no idea who Art Bell was, or if we didn't see his name here, we could tell right away that whoever this person is, they're probably really well known for their particular career talking about stuff, because 10th house is all about career. The sun is like the core self, the core essence, the core being. Mercury is the communicative nature, has a lot to do with like talking, and the midheaven, which is like the mathematical point that's like the middle of the sky, in the 10th house. So right away, we have someone who is publicly known and recognizable for talking a lot to a lot of different people. Mercury. Wonderful. We also have got Uranus up here too. We know Uranus has a lot to do with like techie things, but also weird stuff and disruptive things. We know that Art was very involved with tech because he was really, really into radio stuff, not just like listening to it and talking on it, but like all of like the engineering aspects, he was really, really good at. So there you go. There's the techie aspect that he's publicly known for. There's also like the weird aspect of Uranus that's dealing with like unusual, eccentric, or like shocking kind of things. And he's definitely talked about like shocking, unusual, weird stuff on his show. So that's kind of a literal manifestation. But then there's also that disruptive nature with Uranus that we can see in his life, because like he would like suddenly stop doing a show and then suddenly start and then suddenly stop again, or he would get like really like shocking things that his guests would say, like the Area 51 guy. That's very shocking. And then that call was also kind of disruptive because suddenly the tech stopped working and the broadcast just cut out. So what was going on there? We may not know if that is like a real call. I think it was a hoax, but at the same time, you can still see that like disruptive, shocking, weird nature reflected in the chart there. Really interesting. So we talked a whole lot about his sun in Gemini here. Let's talk a little bit more about his moon in Virgo over here. Oh yeah, I probably should have mentioned this earlier. If you've ever seen charts like this before, you probably have seen ones with a whole bunch of lines in the middle here, which is basically aspect lines. It's just like a visual representation of, the aspects. I hate it. I do not like to have the lines in my chart because it is just like too distracting and noisy and chaotic looking for me. Even though I'm only using 5 aspects, it's just too much. I can't deal with it. So the way I like to see aspects is basically by matching the numbers. So you can see here his sun is at 26 degrees Gemini and his Mercury is at 28 degrees Gemini. That's a conjunction. It's not 0 degrees apart, but it's pretty close. We can use, astrologers use varying orbs is what's called. So like a conjunction can be within 10 degrees. Some say it's only within like 5. Some people will say that if it's involving the sun or moon, you can make it up to 15 or whatever. The closer it is, the more apparent it is, basically. So Art's sun and Mercury are conjunct. So the core essence and the communicative nature basically have the same vibe. So Art is a Gemini sun, but he's a little bit more of a stereotypical Gemini because his Mercury is also there in the same sign. So the way that Art communicates his experience and his thoughts pretty much have the same vibe as like his core essence in general. So like if his Mercury was in Cancer or Taurus, those are more downward, inward kind of energies as opposed to air, which is much more upward and outward. So people with Gemini sun, but a Mercury in Taurus or Cancer are not going to be as like obviously stereotypically like a Gemini, basically. But Art's Mercury is right there in Gemini, and he absolutely was much more of a stereotypical Gemini. So another aspect that we can see here, the sun at 26 degrees Gemini, there's also the moon at 27 degrees Virgo. So that's basically 90 degrees away. So 90 degrees, we know, is a square aspect. So that's a very dynamic, energetic aspect, one of great friction. So when the moon is in a square aspect with the sun, you get a quarter phase moon. So the moon, we know, is like the emotional nature that is reflecting the core light of the sun. Art's moon is in a first quarter phase, so it is increasing in light. And one way I like to describe how his moon phase kind of manifested in his life is like how he interacted with his guests. So like a waxing crescent moon phase, it's going from new and increasing in light, but it's still like really new. So waxing crescent moon people are very like enthusiastic and just like ready to show up. It's kind of like, if you think of a plant, when it's the new moon, it's like the seed, but then you get the little sapling. It's increasing in light, so that's kind of like the waxing crescent phase, and then it wants to shed its baby leaves and get the big leaves and start accumulating a whole lot more light and knowledge. So you can kind of see this with art, because he thought about a whole lot of different things. He had lots of his own ideas, but he was willing to like pause and set aside what he thought to like make space for whatever it was that his guest or whatever the caller wanted to talk about. So a quarter moon is a very like shifting gears sort of moon, because we're going from crescent to gibbous, and in the first quarter moon we're increasing in light. So there's a very like distinct shifting gears sort of vibe that you can see with him. It is most clearly seen in the first house, because that's where his moon is, and the 10th house, the career. So that shifting gears of wanting to find more information and like stories and like see what other people are have to say is manifesting in like the career life and also him. And as a radio show personality, that makes a whole lot of sense. So that's the moon. His moon phase. His moon is also in Virgo. So Virgo, we know, is mutable earth. It is the earthly manifestation of Mercury. So Virgo is very detail-oriented. It's very particular. It's very analytical. Earth is a cold, dry sign. So element, rather. So particularly analytical and interested in like systems and data and how all of the systems fit together. So moon in Virgo, someone who's just emotionally drawn to the finer details and systems in life. And he was really interested in that with all of his radio experience, because he like built a radio station like from the ground up. He was like really, really into all of the technical details and all of that sort of thing. So like you can just really, really see that. Now his moon is also conjunct Jupiter. It's not right on top. It's a little bit farther away, but it's still pretty close. So the moon, the emotional nature, is basically fused with Jupiter, the enthusiastic drive for like seeking like knowledge and understanding and travel and foreign things. So moon conjunct Jupiter, you get someone who is more emotionally drawn to like finding out the meaning of life in a Virgoan way. So emotionally drawn to understanding the world through its complex little systems. And he was really into that with the radio and talking to people and things like that. So that's the emotional nature, Jupiter. Let's talk more about Mercury, because Mercury in his chart is just so loud and apparent. So all of this here in Gemini in the 10th house, right in the middle of the sky. So it's very, very apparent. It's an angular house, so it's very energized. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of emphasis on this house. And then also all of this Virgo stuff in the first house. All of this is mercurial. It's Gemini, the airy manifestation of Mercury, Virgo, the earthly manifestation of Mercury. So basically that means art as a person and art's career both have a very distinctly mercurial nature. And we can see that pretty easily. So Mercury has a lot to do with communication, as we said, but also like multiples of things. It likes to do things several times very often. And you can see this very easily in his career, because he had multiple radio shows. He had multiple books that he wrote. He had multiple kids, multiple wives. lots of severals going on. And this Mercury, the ruler of these two planets, is right in the middle of the sky. Just objective reality, just like right there, easy to see. So that makes a lot of sense. So there are more reasons that Mercury is really, really apparent and important in his chart. So Mercury is right at home in Gemini, so it's already very strong and able to like do what it wants because its environment helps facilitate that. B, it's in an angular house, the 10th house, which is in the middle of the sky. It's very apparent. There's a lot of energy there, so that emphasizes his Mercury too. Mercury is also the ruler of his ascendant, first house. So really important, really apparent. Mercury is also very fast in his chart. This chart image is not including all of the technical details of like speed or anything like that. I chose to just use like the very simple basic chart for this purpose. But you know that his Mercury is going very fast in his chart. So when a planet is moving very fast, it is able to like, the manifestations of it are probably going to be more apparent like earlier as opposed to later. Also, the planet is able to just like pick up on things very quickly. So we've got a very fast, very comfortable, very strong, very supported Mercury ruling the first house and the 10th house. And Art got involved with radio pretty early, actually. He became a like certified ham radio operator when he's like 13. So there you go, an early manifestation of that. It's just like so interesting and apparent. Another thing about Mercury in his chart is that it's also out of bounds. So we're not going to get too into out of bounds. It's basically based off of declination. I wish we had time for that because it's like my favorite thing of all of astrology. But anyways, when a planet is out of bounds, it basically means that it is like beyond the reach of the sun. So the sun is like the big boss of the solar system. So when a planet is beyond the reach of it, it kind of becomes like a renegade. So I like to liken it to like when you are a kid and your parents are like, okay, you're going to have the house to yourself now. We're going away for a couple days to do whatever. Don't have any parties. And the kid's like, okay, when the sun is there. But then they leave and it's like, oh yeah. So the planet becomes like super energized and just becomes kind of like a bit of a renegade and just wants to like do whatever it wants. So more energy in Art's Mercury there because it's out of bounds. So an out of bounds planet is it's very energized, and it's also can be like really weird because it doesn't really want to necessarily play by the rules. It kind of wants to like just do its own thing. And it's also really, really energized. So one way we can see this in Art's life is how he like set a world record for number of hours on the air, which is 116 hours. Whew. So yes, he's a Gemini. Yes, Geminis like to talk, but he's not just any Gemini. There is a lot more to it than that. So there's a lot of Gemini, a lot of very prominent out in the middle of the sky Gemini. Its ruler Mercury is there, making it stronger. The sun, the whole light of the solar system is focused in Gemini, but also his Mercury is very fast. So the ruler of all of this Gemini nature is very fast, very strong, very weird. So he's not just any Gemini. Like not every Gemini is going to want to be on the air for 116 hours at a time. That's ridiculous, honestly. So yeah, that's just like an example of like all of the nuance that fits together to like get a picture of who this person is. So what he did with that 116 hours on the air, he used the funds that he raised to actually rescue like 100 orphans in Saigon at the end of the Vietnam War. So You can kind of see that here with his Venus-Mars conjunction in the 9th house of foreign things. So Venus, peace, Mars, war. On one hand, he was a medic in the military, but then also there's that, Venus is much stronger in Taurus than Mars is. So the peace-loving nature is prevailing over the warlike nature. And this is all happening in the 9th house, which has to do with things abroad. So Venus, the nature of like wanting to like put people together, medic, Mars in a war abroad with Venus prevailing. So there's a lot of tenderness to him, and not just, like facts and communications and conversations and data and things like that. There's a lot more going on too. So let's see. Does anyone have any questions, by the way? I kind of rambled for a really long time.
No, I think everyone is just really, really enjoying it. Truly. It's amazing.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I kind of went through this earlier than I was expecting, honestly. So I can like keep talking a little bit about his own chart, or I can like answer more questions that people have. I thought I was gonna just like talk for like 3 hours, but I kind of zoomed through it a little bit. So
let's say give them a minute and questions may come, because I think everybody's brain was expanded during that. Just like incredible. So.
Yeah, I info dumped at you for quite a while, so
yeah. If you want to talk about, was it the declination?
Oh, okay. Sure. So most of what we were talking about before is based off of the ecliptic. So zodiacal longitude, celestial longitude, which is the path that the Earth is taking around the sun, the path that the planets are all taking around the sun. Declination is based off of the celestial equator, which is different. It's a different coordinate system. So this is actually like where the seasons come from. So the sun is like at the celestial equator on the equinoxes, so spring and summer, and it's farthest away from the celestial equator and the solstices, so winter and summer. So it can be a maximum of 23.5 degrees from the celestial equator at any given time, and it never goes beyond that, ever. So every planet also has, declination, in addition to its position along the ecliptic. So most of the time they're going to like be within that 23 degrees each way, but sometimes they can go beyond that. And when they do, they get super weird because they are beyond the reach of the sun, because the sun can never get more than 23 degrees north or south of the celestial equator, but other planets can. And when they do, they get super weird and super interesting. I love them. So that's like in a nutshell what declination means. And when planets are beyond that limit, they are said to be out of bounds.
We have a question from the chat from Hayton Holler, who wants to know if you have any advice for reading the charts of events rather than people.
So when you are reading the charts for events, the planets are gonna kind of like take on slightly different meanings, because they're not necessarily going to be like internal behavioral aspects. It's more going to be like external things. So like for mundane astrology, that has to do with like reading the charts for like political events. You can also use astrology to like look at like weather and things like that too. So for like a political event, for example, in mundane astrology, the sun is not going to be like your core individual self. It's going to be more along the lines of like the boss. So like the president, the emperor, the ruler, whoever is like in charge kind of thing. So it's basically like a different set of, what's the word I'm looking for? A different set of meanings for all of the planets based off of that. I hope that was a good explanation.
Yeah, no, that was great. We have another question too. Are certain signs or people more susceptible or influenced by things like the current Mercury retrograde, for instance?
Yes, so Mercury is the ruler of Gemini and Virgo. So if you have a whole lot of Virgo or Gemini placements, you're gonna feel it for whatever Mercury is doing, basically. So for Art Bell, for example, he's probably, I mean, if like he was alive, he'd probably be feeling it a lot more apparently than someone who like had a lot more like Saturnian, Capricorn, Aquarius influences. This is especially the case if you are like a Gemini or Virgo sun, moon, or rising, because that is like way more in your face. So it's like the body, the mind, and soul kind of deal. Where if you just have like, you know, one thing off in the 12th house in Gemini, it may not be as like apparent and in your face. So basically it depends on your chart, but yeah.
So like just all the details are so amazing. I'm just soaking it all in. This is just,
There's a whole lot of moving parts.
oh yeah. Let's see, does anyone else have any other questions? Sean just said, this explains why Mercury retrograde kills me.
Yeah, I'm a Gemini sun too, and every time I go through Mercury retrograde in the beginning, I'm like, all right, it's gonna be fine. It happens all the time, but it's also the ruler of like my sun, so perception. So I am more likely to perceive these sort of things happening. And because I used to be such a skeptic with astrology, I still kind of have a little bit of that, and I'll be like, all right, this is just Mercury retrograde, whatever, happens all the time. Nothing's gonna happen unless it's just like a self-fulfilling prophecy or whatever. But then my mic broke today, 2 hours before this presentation. And that's right. Very clear Mercury retrograde sort of thing. So is that a self-fulfilling prophecy? Or is that just Mercury retrograde?
Right, exactly. Let's see. Any thoughts on retrograde motion and how it affects natal charts and such? Is another question.
So a retrograde planet in a natal chart doesn't have it's not that big of a deal, because all of the planets are going to be going retrograde at some point. The farther the planet is from the sun, the more time it spends retrograde. So like Pluto is retrograde for like a third of the time. So it being retrograde doesn't really matter all of that much. But like Mercury is very close to the sun in perception, that whole archetype of perception, and very close to us. And we can see it moving in the sky. I mean, like it's not as like dramatic as the moon's motion through the sky, but it's still like noticeable, especially to the ancients. But in the natal chart, just having like a natal Mercury retrograde does not mean you are doomed to constant technological failures and miscommunications or anything like that. Not at all. It basically means you just need to like do the planet in your own way, kind of thing, because it's just kind of like going in its own direction. But that's fine. It's not a bad thing. It's a totally normal thing, because not everything in life is moving forward all the time. It's not always moving backward all the time. You can't always be inhaling and you can't always be exhaling. So there's both. So it's rare to find a chart where everything is direct. It's very likely to find at least one thing like retrograde in a chart. So it's a very normal thing. It is nothing at all to panic about. So like if you have Mercury retrograde in your chart, you basically just have to learn how to like talk and communicate like in your own way, kind of thing. That's basically what it means in a nutshell.
Okay, wonderful. My gosh, this is just so every time you answer a question, I'm like, wow. lots of people saying, this is amazing. This has been really awesome. And I definitely agree.
Yay.
I am actually curious too about like the chart reading for this event as well.
Oh, for the convention?
Yeah, like I'm just wondering, like, I wonder if there's anything in there that
I don't know if I looked at it. I mean, I looked at the chart for the time that I was supposed to start doing this, and I saw that Saturn was rising, so I was like, uh-oh, Saturn is the planet of like delay and failure. Oh no, what's going wrong? And my mic died. So luckily it was only something like minor like that.
Yeah.
So, but Saturn is also to do with like structure. And what we did today is look at like the core structure of a natal chart. So there you go.
That's awesome. Yeah. Let's see. Does anyone have any other questions at all?
I have a question. Are there any other historical figures or like celebrities that you've checked out their charts to try to analyze them? Like how regularly do you do this?
I look at people's charts every day, all the time. I was recently on the podcast The Eternal Void, but with Jazz, where I talked extensively about Ingo Swan's chart. Another Virgo rising. So that's interesting. Yeah, he's got a really cool chart too. So if you want to hear about Ingo's chart, go listen to that episode. I think it was episode, what number? 39? I'm pretty sure it's 39. I could be wrong though. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
And then also in Two Witches, that podcast, I talked about the charts of two nuns, not necessarily like famous public figures, but if you want to see what the charts of two nuns are like, you go look at that podcast. Yeah, it's very fun to do this.
Cool.
I'm popping in with your reminder that you had an announcement to make, because I actually remembered that.
Yes. Okay. So let me just give you the final slide. I'm glad that somebody reminded me. So yes, the announcement is basically that this convention, PanParacon, has very kindly and generously sponsored a natal chart reading. So I'm doing a giveaway for it on Twitter. So if you want a chance to get a free natal chart reading from me, go over to my Twitter. I scheduled the tweet to announce like at 6 p.m. exactly. So at the end of this, go to my Twitter account at weird_astrology. And then you'll be able to see that and you can enter for a chance to win a free natal chart reading with me. This is the third time I've gotten to do this, actually. One of my favorite things about my career right now is how often people will donate the cost of a natal chart reading so I can do a giveaway for it on Twitter, because that gives people who aren't able to really like afford one a chance to, get their chart done. And that's just so much fun. I really love that I attract such generosity. And I'm very, very grateful for you fine people who have made this convention to give space for a whole bunch of people to talk, and also to sponsor another reading. So I'll be doing a giveaway for that on Twitter, so go look and see that. Yeah, it should be at 6 p.m. That tweet will happen.
Is there a thunderstorm going on behind you?
No, you might have heard the air conditioner turn on though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So everyone go enter, go get that chart read, because truly, absolutely amazing. I listen to it every so often, just, to remind myself of my positive qualities. No, but really, like, it's so in depth, and I really just go do it.
Yay.
I have to second that. I'm extremely biased because I had my chart read, and just really the quality of the experience was like phenomenal. And there's nobody I would rather consult for astrology at this point. Just super thrilled. Everybody jump on that when the contest posts. Audra has a question. Audra just thought of a question. Go ahead, Audra, type it out.
Oh, and we have Jasper too.
Okay.
Is there any point in doing a person's death chart?
I'm not interested in that. I mean, if you want to learn about it, go ahead. But I know that like that would just give me anxiety, so I just don't deal with that. Yeah, I especially do not look at the charts of like the recently murdered. I think that is a not very kind use of astrology. I've got feelings about that, none of them very good. But yeah, so I mean, like you can, all parts of life you can see in a chart. So therefore you can, if you want. It's up to you.
And then Audra's question, any suggestions on doing charts for children versus adult? Is it too much pressure for a kid? Or she says also maybe not pressure, but could it perhaps lead people to push them where they want to go? Or do you think they're able to know what they want to do? All that sort of stuff.
It depends on the astrologer. There are some astrologers who specialize in doing charts for kids. I personally do not. I will only read for people 18 and up. My reasoning for that is because when you are a kid, not all of this is going to be like manifested at once. So it's not going, the information that you can get is not really all of that relevant for a child, really. At least like the way I use it. I also don't have kids, so this is just out of my realm of expertise. Like it definitely can be done. It's just not something that I do.
Gotcha. Yep. Let's see, does anyone else have any questions? All ready for the pop quiz?
No, there's no pop quiz.
We were all very relieved to find that out.
Not going to quiz you on any of this. My intent for this presentation was to just kind of like briefly familiarize people who are new to astrology with like what the like important parts are, and so like you get a better idea of what like everybody's talking about because astrology is getting super popular. So there you go. Yeah. My hope is to facilitate learning and inspire people to like get curious and go off and like learn on their own, because it's a really fun feeling.
Absolutely.
And on your URL here, that is for everything, right? We can see jewelry as well.
mmkelly.space is the homepage. Okay. The one here /astrology, that's just where new and returning clients can book for an astrology reading in particular. If you just go to mmkelly.space, that'll show you everything. That's like the main homepage.
All right. Anything that you want to go back on that you were like, we didn't have enough time for, but there's one particular thing? Or are you?
Not that I can think of. I didn't expect to go through this fast, because the last time it was like 2.5, 3 hours that I was, so it was kind of surprising to me.
It's hard to time that stuff out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. And
also,
go ahead.
This is also my very first time doing like a live public speaking thing around a lot of people. Like I'll do live charts on a one-on-one basis with people, and that's fine. But this is like, oh my goodness, so kind of nerve-wracking. So that's probably why I ended up like speeding through it a little bit. So sorry.
You don't need to apologize. I mean, that was so informative. Like just incredible. I didn't feel rushed at all.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
And we're pretty good. Like we were figuring, cut it off at like 5:45, just because you never know. But yeah, no, this was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yay. I'm so glad that you all liked it. Yeah, it was really fun to
glad
do.
that you were willing to come on and do this with us for the first time.
Yeah.
I learned so much.
Yay. Yeah, this was a big deal for me because the last time I was supposed to do a public speaking thing in front of a bunch of people was like well over a decade ago when I had to do a final for a public speaking class when I was like very briefly taking college classes. And I failed that final because I was too afraid to show up. So this is a big deal for me.
Yeah,
well, we're so
public
glad you're
speaking
here.
Yes.
Huzzah.
Yay.
So thank you all so much for having me, and thank you to all of the people watching. I appreciate you all. Thank you for letting me ramble at you for an hour and a half about why I dig astrology so much.
It's a very informative ramble.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can pop you out, or if you want to jump out, it's all up to you. I never know. I'm like, should I just remove people or?
Right. You never want to be rude and just be like, bye now.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Well, have a great rest of your day, and thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you
thanks
so
for coming
much.
by.
Thank you,
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
All right. Go enter at 6:00 weird_astrology on Twitter. Go hit that tip jar. Show some love. You know, what Jason has said this. What did you say yesterday? This changed your life. So
I think it is. I think if this changed your life, hit the tip jar. Grab a ghost fart shirt now that those exist. That happened in the course of the proceedings here.
right.
Right. We this is a good time to take a little break to head to the little Euphonauts room to get a little something to eat. We have coming up at 6 the one and only Katie Webb. And
Oh yeah.
it's
So
it.
excited.
We're all so excited about that one. Talking about paranormal and occult movies and horror movies, and if you've seen Katie online, she does astrology and her own readings with the horror movies, and I think this is going to be, as the Misfits said it best, all murder, all guts, all fun when she gets on here.
Yes.
Very excited.
We are. And keep sticking around, because after Katie, remember we have the unparalleled Rob Christofferson talking about UFOs over Africa. So if you're tired of the same old cases on the UFOs, we've got some really good stuff coming up with him.
Make sure you catch that one live as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, Rob's is not going to be available on YouTube with us. It's the only one. So this is a real be there, or be square.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, what we're going to do here before Katie goes on is we're going to restart the live stream.
Yeah, we don't want it to get cut off.
We don't want it to get cut off. YouTube is 10 gigs or 10 hours, and we're going for 12.
Right.
So it's just going all the way to Pluto. So we are just absolutely
I think
little
it'll be at
Euphonauts.
the
Wait,
same...
Sean
No
Knight
way.
just said that little Euphonauts room is Aleister Crowley in the EQ31 cipher. I'm done.
This whole
That's
thing.
just like
It's like
I'm.
one thing after another.
That it's
Yeah.
Yesterday with
absolutely
the mac and cheese thing.
that's absolutely too much right there on top of that. I'm like looking out my window to see if there's a blue star balloon pressed up against the glass. That's absolutely incredible. Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
goodness. The live stream should be available in the same spot, I think, right? That these
we might if we do, we're gonna check because folks, this is our first time doing this conference. By next, we're gonna do it again. Y'all liked it. We wanted. We all like it. We almost might know what we're doing next time. Like we're like 85% there. We just were like, we should. This is if you remember when Mara was like, we should do something, and Vanessa was like, I'll organize it, and a bunch of us were just like, I'll help, and so the learning curve on Zoom and live streaming a lot of stuff is this thing like,
yeah.
Yes. But thankfully, everyone's being gracious with us.
yes,
Yes.
we appreciate. We do. We also.
We're doing this with kindness and love, so thank you for the love and support.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna head to the little Euthanauts room.
Yes.
Excellent.
We're gonna cut the stream. We'll be back in about 10-ish minutes.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Hit that tip jar, go enter that drawing, go get your chart read regardless.
I cannot emphasize how much, even if you don't win the contest, you want to get a chart read by Maitland. They're the best.
Yes.
Just absolutely.
Yep.
All right.
All right.